Good morning,
Good
everybody.
morning, everyone.
Good morning, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Am I audible and visible?
Good morning. थोड़ा
Good
sound
morning,
Good
कम
morning,
ma'am.
करो ना.
Anita
Good
ma'am. Good
morning.
morning. Here, Rajiv Walia this side.
Okay.
Yes.
Welcome all the respected faculties to this second day of online FDP on OC and MCS course organized by Board of Studies of ICAI. Today's session will be taken by Dr. Sandhya Patil. Ma'am has already joined. Welcome to you, ma'am. I would take this opportunity to briefly introduce Dr. Sandhya Patil. Dr. Sandhya Patil, she's a motivational strategist, soft skills trainer, counselor, strategic thinker, academic writer, mentor, philosopher, and a highly creative person, deeply inspired by the Indian scriptures. She has experience of over 30 years domestically and internationally in pharmaceuticals, IT, service sector, and academia. With this, I would request Sandhya ma'am to please start with your session. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. I thought since my topic is going to be the new age ICAI trainer, I think the most appropriate thing would be to start with the ICAI motto song. So I would request everybody to stand up. Okay. Can I start?
Yes.
Yes. Please. It is not audible. Okay, I think I need to share the sound. Uh, where do I share the sound? Yes, yes, I forgot that. Is it audible now?
य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति कामं 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 कामपुरुषो पुरुषो निर्मिमाणः निर्मिमाणः तदेव शुक्रं तद्ब्रह्मा तद्ब्रह्मा तदेवामृतमुच्यते तस्मिन् लोकः शतः सर्वे तदूनात्यपि कश्चन एतद्वैता 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 एतद्वैता
Can you all see my screen now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Suman ma'am, please. Yeah. Good morning. So today, I guess everybody is aware of the topic, the new age ICAI trainer. And I would request, can everyone hear me? I would request people to, this is a topic that I would want everybody to interact. Please feel free to stop me at any point in time, right? You can just raise your hand, or in case you can just message me. Please feel free to stop me at any point in time. I want this to be an absolutely interactive session. Okay?
Sure.
I'm not visible. I'm visible on. Alok, what is happening is I'm visible on the other screen.
Okay.
So you'll have to check it.
Okay.
You cannot tell me because my audio is not working on my
Okay. I
laptop.
understood. You have. Okay. Understood. Yes.
Okay? Yeah.
Yes.
So, what do you all see over here?
Martial arts experts.
Who are they?
Ma'am, just to clarify once, am I audible and am I visible here?
Yes.
Suman
Yes,
here. Suman.
yes, Suman.
All right. Okay. I only wanted to know that. All right.
There are
Thank
two
you.
pictures. There are two pictures. I want people to tell me what are those two pictures.
One is Mortal Kombat and other one is Kung Fu, I guess. There are two kind of martial arts.
Anybody else?
Yeah, right. It's two sets of martial arts. Possibly, I don't know because I've never been into martial arts. One would be either Kung Fu, Karate on the right, and the left one would be with ninja or something of that sort.
Yes,
We're not
correct.
sure.
Correct. The one on the left is a ninja fighter, and one on the right is, we won't get into the details, any martial artist, let's say, for example. Okay. So, can somebody tell me what is the difference between a ninja fighter and a martial artist? Yes, Akash, good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. One is using a weapon and the other one is using his own body for performing all that.
Besides that, I would
Like
like
one is
to
having a sword in his hand and one is not having sword. Like one is using his legs and hands.
Possibly Arjit
No
Chakravarti would be the
weapon. No weapon is there.
who is stronger, who is sharper, who is faster,
The
who is supposed to be better.
seems see sharper can be both of them. It depends in their ability to use sword and ability to use their body.
I don't know. Arjit Chakravarti is the right person who can throw more lights into this because last 28 to 30 years he's been into martial arts and he is all in all that. So he'll be able to say more on this.
But where is he? Whoever you are referring to.
Are you there? Arjit, are you there?
Anybody else? This is a
Ma'am,
question.
I think it depends on each one's ability and the way they combat. So having a weapon, not having a weapon may probably be secondary.
Yes, correct. See,
How they
basically,
use that weapon or how they use their
Skill.
body as a weapon depends on their capability.
what is the philosophy of a ninja fighter?
Ma'am, they are espionage, while martial artists are self-defensive.
Very good. Okay, what else? Good. Continue.
And ma'am, I think ninja fighters techniques differs from their mission to mission, while martial artists have specific combat style and their goal is different. Same, and philosophy is same. While ninjas' philosophy changes as per their mission.
Good morning, Sridevi. Okay. Now
Good morning, Sandhya.
Yeah, good morning. You say they are invincible. Who are invincible?
People who have the ability to take on anything at any place and time, either with the maximum resources or least resources.
Now, Meenakshi says martial arts is your self strength.
Uh,
Can you elaborate? Yes, who else is talking?
Martial arts, you use the strength of the opponents to your advantage also. So you use the momentum and the speed of the other person as well to your advantage.
Okay, if I have to do a comparison of whatever stories you would have heard, who is supposed to be stronger, a regular martial artist or a ninja fighter?
I personally think both of them have their own areas of strength, but the philosophy around martial art is that you are not only just using your resources, you're using the other person's power to your advantage. So you're using the force and momentum and trying to get the maximum out of the actual stance with the force of the other person as well. And in
that the other one can also do the same.
Actually, ninja, as I think Prakash has written, that ninjutsu incorporates weapon skills spanning swords and two shurikens, while karate predominantly focuses on unarmed techniques. Basically, ninja begins where martial arts ends almost. Ninjas are supposed to be ever ready. Ninjas are supposed to do the impossible. Now, ninjas are not so common. Martial arts is more about self discipline, yes, but ninjas is way ahead. Ninja को अगर आप नींद से भी जगाओ, that person will be ready in the next 20 seconds. Do you know India has a team of 20 women? 20 women who are ever ready for battle. We should be proud of that. So, ninjas is that martial artist who is, is that fighter who's ever ready. And what did I do first when I started my session? What did I play first?
The motor song.
Why did I play the motor song? What is ICI motor all about?
Basically, you have to be awake all the time, even in the state of sleeping, even in the state of whatever be the state of consciousness. You have to be alert and you have to be awake all the time. I think that is the primary message of the motto.
Why do you have to be awake all the time?
So that you are able to defend yourself from any attack in a literal way. Suppose you do not know when you're auditing an accounts, putting brass tacks, then you do not know from where the problem can hit you. So you have to protect yourself by doing a thorough job. So alertness, I would say alertness and awareness of your surroundings, you have to be is one of the primary objectives.
So why do we have that as a CA motor song?
Because as the Prime Minister had said in his speech that जिस खिड़की में आपका where the chowkidar is sitting, you cannot, nothing can happen. So here the CA also has to protect the accounts and himself, whichever is given. He has to get a genuine, correct picture. True and fair.
Ma'am, may I say something?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Vidya.
When I first heard the song and I'd done a Google check, I remember something about Sri Aurobindo, that Sri Aurobindo was instrumental in probably the lyrics or the emblem, something like that. So I think there is a deeper philosophy to the song.
What is that? That's the reason, if you notice, I played the song with the meaning. With the meaning. If you all want, I can share that with you all right now. Do you all want me to share it?
Actually, ma'am, what she's saying is very correct. If I may, this is here Rajiv Walia. What it means is basically that so as per our shastras, there are three states, either dream state or waking state, but in our one of the Rig Vedas or Vedas, there's something called Turiya. In Turiya, basically there is that which is never asleep. So when you sleep, where does your consciousness go? So that which is always awake. So because Sri Aurobindo was a spiritual person, he built a comparison of that state with the state of the CA's mind. That is, always aware. So that's where I think this thing came from.
But
So
why should
that
a CA, again, you're not answering my question. Why should a CA be always aware?
because things are dynamic, things keep changing, and he must take into cognizance all the factors that come into play. However, some of the faculties or some of the CAs have suggested a bloodhound approach, which is not where the accounting standards lead to today. So, which is where the controversies arise, that that some frauds occur even though the CA is auditing. So, a CA is supposed to be a watchdog, not a bloodhound. If I may use the word loosely, in the sense that if fraud can occur, where more than if two people collude, and our reports clearly state that we are not supposed to catch frauds, because frauds are very difficult to catch. But at the same time, the CA must be very alert to the possibilities that the accounts may be misstated, so that the correct picture, true and fair, not the correct, I'm sorry, wrong word I used, true and fair picture goes. So that's my take. Rest you can advise us.
Okay. Now, can you all still see my slide?
Yes, the martial artists. Yes,
Yes.
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am, we can see the slides.
Yeah. Now, the ninja, what kind of a sword is the ninja holding?
So both sides sharp.
Very good, Yogeshi. Now, first of all, today's session, none of us is student. We all are faculty. We are all at the same level. So I want you at every point in time to think like an ICAI faculty. Okay? What we are doing over here is a discussion that is going on. Okay? Now, very nice, Yogeshi. Yes, it is a double-edged sword. Now, I say that not just being a chartered accountant, but being a ICAI faculty, whether you're a CA or not, it's like a double-edged sword. So, first of all, why is a CA being a CA? It's like walking with a double-edged sword. What is it all about? Why is that big clash between a watchdog and a what did you say?
Watchdog and a bloodhound. Bloodhound.
Bloodhound.
Yes, Deepak.
Watchdog and a bloodhound.
So
Watchdog and a bloodhound.
why is this conflict in today's scenario?
Ma'am, our audit books used to say neither is a chartered accountant, it's not a bloodhound, but a watchdog. But these days, those who are into full-time practice, they will probably agree to me that it's more of a bloodhound situation these days, considering the laws and regulations that have come up, especially with respect to the companies specifically. Since I am a full-time practicing CA as well, along with being a faculty, I have that perspective myself today.
So how does a CA protect himself or herself? Let's say when a CA is preparing an audit report.
Now we take external confirmations, we take management representation letters, and those things are there,
Okay,
and
you
some
do
other.
your due diligence. Even
Yes, yes,
after
ma'am.
that, even after that, while preparing the audit report, what is it that a CA does to protect himself or herself?
Ensuring necessary qualifications are given where necessary
When you're
in the
writing,
report,
when you're
or the report is not signed.
no. When you're writing the report, how do you start the report?
We have audited the balance sheet,
To the
the
best of our
financial.
knowledge.
Yes,
Reference.
correct, Deepak ji. Correct, to the best of our knowledge. You
But
start.
ma'am, that doesn't absolve us from our responsibility, I
Yeah,
guess.
that is true.
It doesn't, no way.
That
That is
doesn't
true.
absolve us. That doesn't mean that you are still
That is
100%
true. That
perfect.
is true. Yes.
Well,
But
that
after doing the due diligence, if see that's the reason today you have visa certification, which is mandatory, because
ma'am,
today
yes, ma'am, we do have a decent.
it is understood that auditing is just not simply about the book of accounts. You have people like Nirav Modi who use the systems, who find the loopholes in the systems, and then try to challenge, right? So that's the reason. So what the only thing that is constant in today's world is, can I safely say, change?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So it is a super
Yes,
dynamic
ma'am.
world where the boundaries are continuously either changing or opening up depending upon the scenario. We can't even say. Sometimes the world is at war, sometimes the world is friendly, whatever it is. But business has to go on. It's like Subhash Ghai used to say, the show has to go on, or Raj Kapoor used to say, right? So that is what the show has to go on, and that is what a chartered accountant has to do. And we who are going to be training the CAs, we have to understand that we have to live that policy. So we have to train the CA to not just be a martial artist who's defending himself or herself, but this CA has to be ever ready from his or her perspective as well as from the client perspective, right? For that, the CA has to be somebody who is very well read, somebody who is highly energetic, somebody who is always aware, always alert, and most importantly, because today, when we are talking about making India, now here, this is not a political debate. I'm just telling what general, because CAs hold a very special place in the business world. So where India is working towards becoming a $35 trillion economy, CAs are definitely going to have a major role to play. Do you all agree?
Of course, ma'am.
Right?
Yes.
So
Yes,
yes,
ma'am.
and as their mentors, as their facilitators, we have a major role to play in making them rise up to that level. Okay. So the most important thing that we need to have, or a mentor needs to have, is a passion to change an average student into an exceptional business professional, right? A school or a college or an institution that takes the best and makes them best is not doing an excellent job compared to a small school or an average college that takes average people and turns them into exceptional uh, professionals. And believe me, that is not so difficult. Now, let me share with you something, and which I generally share with all my students. First of all, it's very important that as facilitators, we need to connect with the students. We need to make them feel, we need to make them feel that we are not much different than them, we are not much great, because they love to listen to people who are like them or who are on their side. Do you all agree? Do you all agree?
Yes, we
Yes, ma'am.
agree.
Yes, ma'am.
Today's
Yes.
generation, if we try to tell them, they will not listen. But if we engage them, they'll definitely
Yeah.
listen. Okay. Now, I
Yes.
always say that a trainer, a facilitator should be a psychologist, should be somebody who is understanding them. Okay. Now, I have been, I guess I was there yesterday. I forget whatever introduction Rita ma'am has given about me. I think you all have heard me for about 15-20 minutes at least. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
And,
Yes.
and being senior professionals, because that's the skill that we need to work, that's the skill that we need to develop. So, what is your impression about me? Whatever it is, positive, negative, please feel free to speak.
Very straightforward, ma'am.
What is your, if you have to make an observation about me right now?
Ma'am, you're pretty energetic at least. You're trying to take us all along with you
Okay.
and trying to make sure
Energetic.
that we are at least in line with what you're trying to say and trying to convey to us.
Okay. What else?
Uh,
Interactive.
I would say you're a people person, ma'am. You like interacting with people.
Yes. Okay. Nandita, you have raised your hand. What else?
Ma'am, was I audible? This is
Yes,
Sheila
yes,
Dittu.
yes, yes, you were audible. Yes, yes.
Ma'am, you believe in transformation?
Yes, I do believe in transformation. What else?
I think you're a
Ma'am,
good
you made the
strategist.
point yesterday to say that tomorrow I want all the cameras on. Unfortunately, I have a problem and I cannot keep my camera on. But
No,
yesterday you
that's
made that
okay.
very, very clear.
That's okay. Even I am facing the problem today. I have a desktop where the camera is not working, and I have a laptop where my audio is not working. So as long as we make every effort, that is what is important. The effort is important. Yes. What else? I
Trying
see
to remind
Anita.
us our responsibility and where the world is moving in the years to come. So, as a chartered accountant, before a chartered accountant, am I a good human being to face the real challenges of the world?
Hmm, right. Anita, you have raised your hand.
Yeah. So the qualities that I have been observing since yesterday is you are principled, you are confident, bold, and strong is what I feel.
Okay. Now, having said this, and this question is for all of y'all, can you all imagine the one complaint that all my teachers would have had about me in school?
I mean, you were very talkative, or probably not at all talkative.
Very talkative.
Either or.
You're very naughty.
Very naughty. Okay, continue.
Very talkative.
Very talkative. Excellent.
Too inquisitive.
Too inquisitive. Nice, Sridevi.
Yeah, ask too many questions.
Ask too
That's
many
not.
questions.
I don't think
Excellent.
that should be a reason for complaining.
Too quiet.
Asking if someone is asking questions, I don't think you should be complaining about it.
You won't believe how
No,
many
that,
teachers get upset with that. No, absolutely.
Exactly.
Teachers get.
exactly.
I
I
agree with
agree
that.
with
I
them.
agree with that.
I
Yes,
agree with that. I agree with that. You know,
and
the
They
I
will
child
go
at
as
the end
far
of the
as
day, the child
accusing
turns
you
out to be a
that
very problematic child with too much of questions.
yes, and I completed my schooling in '87. So you can very well imagine the teachers at that time. We were expected to listen, right? Now let me tell you the one complaint that all my teachers had was that this girl doesn't speak.
there would be a close contact.
Yes,
I was
I
an
remember.
I was an absolute introvert. I was an absolute introvert. And
Same here.
So, ma'am, I was correct. I said not at all talkative. That was the complaint.
absolutely, absolutely, I was an extremely obedient child. Okay, but yes, later on, I have broken all the rules in the book. So I have realized that after going through a severe nervous depression, I've realized that one has to learn to speak up. One cannot please everybody. One has to understand it's not about what we cannot always try to fulfill everybody else's dream, because finally we are the ones who are living the life. And that is where we have to understand what is our passion, because it is a passion that drives everything. So, first of all, going forward, if we have to be the new ICAI trainer, do we really have the passion to bring about that transformation in each of our students? To what extent are we prepared to go? That is most important. We are not there to simply uh, read out the slides. We are not there to simply just complete the topic and go. We are there to, I always tell the students, what they while CA curriculum is definitely very exhausting, they work very hard to become the chartered accountants. That's true. But I always tell them, like you, there are many chartered accountants. There are many professionals. Okay. But
Please share, ma'am. Sorry to interrupt. Please share, ma'am. What was the pivoting moment that actually helped you transform
okay.
from a larva into a butterfly, if I may use that analogy?
Okay. I actually I went through a severe nervous depression, and at the time when people would not were not even aware of mental health, I was taken to a psychiatrist. I even took the first dose of the medication, and I remember it was a rainy evening. I was sitting by myself in the balcony, and I said, "This is. I have to shake myself out of it. If I do not, this is what is going to be for the rest of my life." That is when, there and there itself, I decided I will not take the second dose. I did not take the second dose. I struggled out of it, and I came out of it. But every time I came out of it, every time I came out of a difficult situation, life has thrown me, literally thrown me down. There have been times when I've cried. I was like, why me? But today, one thing that is there is, if anybody asks me, what is the one thing that you would like to change about you or change about your life, I say nothing, because each moment is what has made what I am today. Yes, you come out stronger every moment. That's correct. So, the one thing I always believe in, whether it is positive or not, I am not sure. But the one thing about me is that I'm a hopelessly positive person. And that is what you need to be from within. That is what you need to be, because when you are that, the audience can understand you. Today's youngsters are way smarter than what we were in their age. You all agree?
Excuse me, ma'am.
Absolutely.
Ma'am, can I just ask a question
Yes,
since we're talking on
absolutely.
introvert?
Yes, Prakash.
Ma'am, a lot of times as a like in my as a faculty, a lot of students come and like offline they discuss things that, sir, we are very introvert. We can't mingle with the crowd very comfortably and easily. What sort of advice then we should give them, because it's becoming an extrovert from an introvert is more of an inner sense
Yes,
of understanding rather than giving gyan on that. That's what I understand. So how do
yes,
we put forward and explain to someone how can they come in the middle and may not be an extrovert but at least not an extreme introvert?
yes. There are two things I always. There are people who come to me and say that, "Ma'am, I want to speak. It is right here. It is all there, but I'm not able to speak. What do I do?" So I say there is no simple solution. The
वो तो
one
कॉन्टेक्ट स्टार्ट हुई है कि चैनल पे ऐसे दिखा रहे थे
Yeah.
I always
ये
say,
आगे 252
uh, Akash ji, okay. I always say that the one thing, Akash ji, can you please mute yourself? The one thing I always say is, whatever happens,
मेरी आवाज थोड़ी जा रही है ना?
just look for every
मेरी
opportunity
आवाज थोड़ी जा
to
रही है।
speak. Akash ji, okay, yeah. So whatever happens,
Yes, ma'am,
look.
getting.
Yeah. Look for every opportunity to speak and go ahead and speak. When I went through this process of transformation is not easy. For every transformation to happen, one side has to be killed literally and the other side has to come out. For a butterfly to come out, the caterpillar has to die, right?
Ma'am,
Yes.
can I speak a little bit? This is here Rajiv Walia. Ma'am, I agree with what you're saying. Absolutely, ma'am. And I wanted to also quickly share here that the
Yes.
same thing that others are saying, that the problem.
I can't hear you, Rajiv.
Okay, I'm sorry. So what I'm trying to say is, ma'am, I totally agree with you, ma'am, and to some extent, ma'am, for this, the teachers themselves are responsible because I've been to schools for career counseling and I asked people how many of you are monitors, and it's going to be, or how many of you have not been monitors, and almost the whole class raises their hand. What this means is that there are favorites. Teachers play favorites, and as a result of which, the education, that real education that should be given to everybody to get up and speak, so now you have to teach the birds how to fly because once they come into OC, now you can again spot the guys, the girls or the boys who are actually monitors who will take up the whole space. So I have to literally shut them down so that the others can come up. And that is a big anomaly that needs to be addressed down in the school itself. Teachers take shortcuts because for them, they can make eye contact with this person and they will understand what they're trying to say. So they prefer, yaar, ye isi ko monitor rakho. And this is the root cause, I believe, of this shyness, because children are not shy. The teachers make them shy. And my maths teacher used to tell me when I was in class 8, whenever I asked a question, he'd say, Rajiv, you have Kaddu mathematics. Can you imagine the extent of humiliation? But I would go on and on and on. Ultimately, I realized that I became so good at math that when I went abroad, I taught maths and people understood it. So that's when I realized that your love for a subject should not be subjected to a teacher's interpretation of the subject. You have an independent relation to the subject. You know, if the teacher falls in line with you, fine. Otherwise, every student should have be taught to self-teach themselves. Thank you, ma'am.
You know what? There's something I can add on to whatever he said. Well said. I would even bring the atmosphere of the place, the house, the parents. Their behavior towards the children. That mattered a lot because many houses what I've seen as whenever the children try to come out of the comfort zone, says, "I want to do this, I want to do that," but then it's because of the pampering of the parents. It forces the children again to be within the cocoon. You know, so the children is not able to have the free hand to come out, go out in the society, go ahead, mingle with people, learn the tricks of the trade, and then find the combat of the society. So even along with the teachers, I think the parents should also be involved in it.
Very well said, sir. Thank you so much. I totally appreciate Dr. Sandhya for giving us this opportunity. And really, this is, but at the same time, the thing is, you go to a parent-teacher meeting, and there, what's going to happen? They're going to beat on the child, and that is the problem. The beating on the child is kind of a ritual. Instead of the teacher
Absolutely.
saying, "Okay, I'm sorry, I could not teach this properly," they say that the student didn't understand.
At least in today's generation, what I've seen is I've never seen any father coming out and saying, "Come on, dude, you have done your homework, you have done your syllabus. Come on, go watch a movie that can enhance your English vocabulary." I've never seen that. In fact, when the child is into a movie, he said, "This is the
Sandhya
class that
ma'am,
you
you're
sit
not
in."
audible.
Sandhya ma'am, you're on mute, I guess. You're trying to speak something.
Okay, yeah, I was saying, am I audible now?
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
you're audible.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
yeah.
And I think we are
audible.
digressing. I think we're going to school and teachers in the school. I don't think the agenda of the meeting is requiring
Yes,
us to go
exactly.
towards the school side. I think how we can improve that should be the
Prakash,
agenda.
one thing, Prakash, let's understand. We are only trying to get into the root cause.
Yeah.
We are only trying to get into the root cause. Where does it start from altogether? So when we don't know that, whatever man is trying to put across to us that is in vain. So what I see, it's just keeping in mind the root cause. It'll be good for us to connect to the topic. That's how it is.
Okay. So yes.
Yeah. Coming back to the topic. Wonderful. I mean, what I'm trying to say over here is, yes, agreed. Whatever be the problem. Now my next question to you is that since we are going to be training the future chartered accountants, who do you feel is their biggest competition? Who do you feel we have to prepare them against?
Ma'am, curriculum
MBAs,
wise
I
or
would say
degree wise, MBAs in finance.
MBAs would be the biggest competition in future.
Future, I think it's in the present as well.
Oh, no, nowhere. MBAs are not at all in competition of our profession. There is a misconception because the MBAs are mixing and they are able to play their brand through finance, but people do not understand the difference between accountancy and finance. Please remember, I have been faculty at various places, including Ministry of Corporate Affairs, banking, chemical engineering, commerce, costing, including costing also.
Okay.
How we perceive.
Fine.
This is
So
what
who
I
do you-
understand in last 20 years.
Sir, if I am saying
Their
that I don't think I
competition.
perceive, sir, my spouse herself is an MBA from a reputed B school, and I've seen how things work. She's working for a big MNC herself, and I've seen how what the difference. I'm a chartered accountant, and I can see the difference, feel the difference right at home. I think we have to.
So
We
if
have
he
to get a.
takes
Prakashji,
Yes,
If we take some of the biggest companies, ITC a few years ago had a CFO who was a MBA. He was not a chartered accountant. And I would say that within the top 5 companies of India. So I would feel that for the CFO post, MBA and a chartered accountant would be competing. I'm looking at a CFO post. I'm not looking at the nuts and bolts accounting function, which is just
Okay.
one of the functions of a CA.
Okay. Okay. Now I am talking
I think
about
we are mixing issues here.
Yeah.
At the entry level is where we are preparing our students for.
Yes.
At the entry level, there is a clear, distinctive preference for an MBA. But after 3 years or 4 years, the CA has a better edge because of the superior training. As far as the CFO level is concerned, it varies purely on the individual, depends on the individual, how he has kind of shaped his career and how he has developed himself. But I guess this, our entire GMCS course is designed to add people, to polish them up at the entry level. And that I think there is no second opinion that we are up against classroom learning, faculty-led learning of an MBA vis-a-vis professional firm environment coaching class learning of a CA. And that's where there's a distinction in my view.
Okay. Can I add over here? Am I
Dr.
audible?
Sandhya,
Yes.
Divaspati Bhatt here. Do I have the permission to say something? Yeah.
Okay. Quickly.
Yeah. See, as far as me is concerned, I think we have to make them to compete with themselves, because there is nothing called as external things which will threat to them after the completion of CA. In the GMCS level, if we teach them to do that, I think that is a wonderful thing to do.
Okay. Am I audible? I think Jaykumar is saying that my volume is quite low. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am,
Yeah.
you're audible.
Yes, yes,
ma'am,
yes.
you're audible.
Now, again, the answers that I'm getting is typically the answers that every CA student generally gives. Think beyond. Today, we have to understand that the CA students whom we are training are typically the ones between 20 to 23. Who is their biggest competition? Who is their biggest competition going ahead? We are mixing the question between who is the competition for us today or for every professional. And I'm specifically asking because we are going to act as facilitators for those students. So we need to see from their perspective. And who are mentally, now Navita Khanna is saying that who are mentally stronger than them. So who are the ones who are mentally stronger than the current CA students? We need to understand that because that is the competition that we have to prepare them against. This is what a passionate trainer should know.
Basically, they need to have a strong IQ, EQ, everything. CAs test for IQs, MBAs are tested for IQs and their presentation skills. And the CAs have competition with MBAs and other chartered accountants who are extrovert and have good presentation skills.
That is
Dr. Sandhya, I have a different viewpoint. I feel today the biggest challenge the CAs face or any professional face is with themselves. How updated they are with both technically and environmentally to go after the problems that are there.
Partially you're correct. Yes, for each of us, our competition is us. But beyond that, if you look at it, it is the generation that is going to come for OC, particularly, and to some extent MCS, is the generation that we have to accept that during online, this is the generation that switched off the video cameras. This is the generation that has a lot of trust issues. Do you all agree? You all agree?
Dr. Sandhya, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that's why I said that their biggest challenge is themselves. They have trust issues.
But more than them, there is a bigger challenger sitting right in India.
The younger generation, the younger ones.
Exactly, Sunita. The younger generation, when I think it was, I forgot who Nandita or Navita had said, they need to their competition is somebody who's mentally stronger. It is a younger generation, because the younger generation today is exposed to a much better education policy. जो राजीव जी बोल रहे थे, आज की तारीख में the new education policy is making the youngsters much more focused. They are much more verbal. They know what they want to do, and in the next 3 to 5 years, this generation is going to catch up with our students. And by that time, our students will be loaded with responsibility, but this generation will not be as loaded with responsibilities. So again, they stand a better chance. We as facilitators, first of all, need to understand this situation. We need to make our students see this situation. You all agree?
Yes. This is happening with the presence of AI and so much
Yes.
of technical advancements.
Yes, again, we as facilitators need to understand that AI is not competition. AI को चलाते humans है. It is humans who drive AI. AI is not a competition. AI is a tool.
AI is a tool, like in our CA office also. Like
Yes.
we used to draft letters and everything on our very own. Like we used to think, we used to ponder, we used to write replies. But nowadays also we are taking the help of AIs. We are focusing more on the queries and the section part, and not on English and the drafting part.
Okay, Rajiv ji has something to add. Yes,
That
Rajiv.
is a disaster.
Yeah, can I speak for a minute, please? So thank you, Dr. Sandhya, for the opportunity. Just a quick thing, which I wanted to add is that, we don't have the data on like how many people are actually benefiting from GMCS, really, But yes, I would like to share an episode in which one of my students told me that, this lady had worked with. So there's a very interesting analogy that she made, and that was she had a male counterpart who was working in GST. Department of a big four, and she was also in a big four. However, when she went in for her interviews, she chose to work for Wipro. So she was asking me, should I go for Wipro or Reliance, etc. So she chose as Wipro. She got trained for about a year, and then she worked for 2 years there, and then she moved to FedEx. Now, what happened is that she realized that everybody under her is an MBA. There are no CAs. Now, by the time this friend of hers who was working in the GST department of a big four, he suddenly realized that now, as soon as she moved to FedEx, there was a big salary gap, almost double. And that's when he decided, no, I got to change. And then that's when the company said no. Once you've chosen. So this is something which we don't highlight enough, which is that you need to make a critical choice at that juncture, whether you want to go corporate or you want to go for a CA firm, because like one of the other participants was saying, with all due respect, very true, that, a CA actually realizes the potential 3-4 years into the specialization, a post CA. And that has been most of the what I've seen around me actually. So the fact is, if you want to go corporate, you got to make up your mind and get trained. So she attributed it to the fact that all these people who were under her were from tier 1 or tier 2 colleges, like Jamshed, Bajaj, IIMs, etc. So CAs would do better MBA finances. So
Okay. Now
I
very
rest.
good, Rajiv ji. That drives me to the second question. Second most important question of today. Okay. Everybody agrees that the money comes. It is the business people who are the richest people, right?
Yes.
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 And who are the people who are helping the business people become rich?
True.
It is the chartered accountants.
Yes.
Yes.
Then why can chartered accountants not be the second richest people, if not the richest people? What is it that is stopping them? Because that is the clue to that question is the two examples that Rajiv ji just shared. What was the difference between that lady who took the decision to get into that company and the other person? What was the difference? The difference was in the mindset. What was it?
Basic difference was in the risk-taking ability.
Excellent, Deepakji. That is what. It is the risk-taking ability. Now, this is the kind of thought process that we as facilitators should have. We have to understand what is it that the students lack. We have to understand and we have to, yes, mind is everything, Samista, that is correct. risk-taking power, ability to go beyond the comfort zone. It is all in the mind. But the best part is, mind is not us. Mind is not us. Neither is our body us. I always tell, if our body is us, if we donate blood to somebody, that person should become us. If my mind is me, when I put an alarm in the night and I get up when the alarm rings in the morning, I should get up. But it is at that precise time that my mind tells me, let's sleep, and I go to sleep. So mind is not me, body is not me. Whatever certificates I get, whatever intellect that I acquire, that is again not me. Then what is me? Because that is the core of this slide. What is me? If I understand what is me, I can work on that part. I, as facilitator, can work on that part. I, as a future chartered accountant, can work on that part. That is the one that has helped me in my transformation. What is me? What is thought process? Where does it come from? What is belief system? Where does it come from? Very nice, Navita.
You
What
are
is
what you
me?
think about yourself.
And where does that thinking come from?
Your conscious mind, like your inner self.
And a lot of
Think further.
self-belief, I think, determines that. How much of belief you have in your own thinking.
It is your attitude. It is your attitude. Only your attitude is you. An attitude consists of three components. One is what you understand, whatever happens around us. Each of us sees the same nature, each of us sees what is happening. Like, for example, we are right now in this session. Each of us understand that this is a session for the future ICAI trainer, because we are the ones who are grooming the future students. Each of us understands that. Then the next is how we respond to it. That let us try to gain that knowledge, right? We understand that, and eventually how we behave. While there are I see about 95 participants, but there are few participants who are actively participating. So eventually, how we behave. Yes, what we see is for somebody that may not be an opportunity. A salesman going to an island, he sees nobody wearing sandals. He tells his company there's no market over here. And the other salesman goes there and he tells the company send 10 times the stock, because there is so much of opportunity. So it is all in the attitude. We need to understand that. So as facilitators, as trainers, we need to have that passion that yes, I need to make that difference. Yes, Priyanka, you have raised your hand. Do you want to add something?
Audible?
Yes, yes, Priyanka.
Ma'am, I would like to share my personal experience regarding this topic of attitude, carrying that attitude. Actually, what happened in one of the seminar, we were attending, me and my husband, both are chartered accountants. And in one of the seminar, we were just discussing about new opportunities for chartered accountants. So in that seminar, the chartered accountant who was the speaker of that day, he was just contributing his things that he has so many clients, and the clients are having crores of turnover, and one of the client is having 7,000 of turnover. So we were taking that chartered accountant as the benchmark that we have to reach to that place. But astonishingly, what happened? Me and my husband, we called my our child. She's also doing chartered accountancy. She is currently CA inter. So we called her and asked her to that seminar. So what she did, how she reacted, she told me that, ma'am, mama, you are focusing on that chartered accountant that is having clients of having 7,000 crores of turnover, but I am focusing on to become that client having that 7,000 of turnover. So
Excellent,
today's
excellent,
generation is having their
excellent.
extravagant attitude and understandings.
Excellent. See, this is the attitude that we need to inculcate in our students. that they need to take that, they need to develop, they cannot just be versatile. Are you all listening? I think Priyanka, there's a lot of sound.
Yes, ma'am, we are there. You are audible.
Somebody left their mic on, ma'am.
The host, everybody.
Yeah. So it is. What was I saying? Yeah. It is. Today's chartered accountants have to work on the art of calculative risk taking. There's okay. I will do a typical exercise. Okay, typical exercise which I generally do in the class. Okay, when I am speaking about how one needs to work on these skills. This question is open to all. What day is it?
Tuesday.
Think.
My
What
day.
day is it? Huh?
It's my day.
Okay, very good, Sunita. What day is it?
A new day.
Continue. New day. What day is it?
Exciting day.
If you would say, this is Sridevi here, if you say from Hindu calendar, I would say it's the most auspicious day for
Okay,
anything.
very good. Navita is saying transformative day. What day is it?
The best day.
Very good. What day is it?
Results of elections day.
Okay, very good. What day is
First
it?
day of my rest of my life. First day of my rest of my life.
Very good. What day is it?
Most importantly, we are alive today. So many people didn't wake up this morning.
Okay. Now each one of you answered. Okay. Each one of you answered from your perspective. I have asked the question. So your answer should be from my perspective in a way that I want one answer, and that one answer should be such that it cannot be wrong from my perspective. See, as I kept on asking the questions, you all realized that there could be multiple options. Sometimes some child asks me, ma'am, are you referring, let's say I'm in a MCS batch, he'll ask, ma'am, are you referring to the day of the batch? Or are you referring to the day of the week? That means that person has understood the problem. But in today's world, where there is so much competition, we want the person to not just understand, we want the person to come up with a solution that is correct from my perspective, because I have asked the question. Right? So if I have to answer the question, I will simply say, assuming that you are referring to the day of the week, it's a Tuesday. Can there be any other answer that is more correct than my answer? Yes. What is it that I did different? Are you all there?
It's first Tuesday of the month.
Yeah, but what is it that I said different? I said that assuming that you're referring to the day of the week, it's a Tuesday. What is it that I did different from each one of you? Yes, Sunita.
You took feedback as to what was it that was required, what was the reason behind the question. What I
No.
was.
No. I added
You
an
are
assumption.
right. Okay.
Yes, Supriti. I gave a reference. I added an assumption. I did not just answer the question. I first completed the question. There was ambiguity in the situation. I completed the question. This can happen only when the person has a thought process. The person understands and the person believes that whatever question the person asking the question has asked the question, I as somebody who's answering believe that there is one answer that this person is expecting. Got it?
Ma'am, I have not clearly got what you're trying to say, to be very honest.
What I'm trying to say is we need to inculcate calculative risk taking.
Okay.
Got it?
Okay.
Because when I'm trying to give a solution by putting in certain assumptions, we are helping them to come up. See, I took a calculative risk. That's where I added the assumption. When a CA writes an audit report, right, assuming that whatever is given to me, right, Prakashji,
Yes, ma'am.
that's how we start, right?
Yes, we do, but that still doesn't absolve us from our responsibility. That's what I had said
That's
sometime
what is
back.
called as calculative risk taking. It doesn't mean that you do not do your due diligence,
Of course, yes, ma'am.
right? So that's what. If it is the lady that Prakash ji had, who was it? Uh, who had given the example? It was Rajiv ji. Yes,
Valia.
yes. So the lady took that calculative risk, and she said, "Let me try this." It is not, it doesn't matter whether the person is working in corporates or working in a CA firm. I can give you so many examples of chartered accountants who are having their own firm, who have made a lot of money. It is all in the attitude. It is all in the attitude. People want easy solution.
Ma'am, can I
Yes.
ask something? Ma'am, many times again, I've been hearing this word called calculative, not just here, even in the corporate. Calculative risk taking, calculative risk taking. You know what I believe is, you know, calculative risk taking comes much later. First, it's the ability to take that risk. Because anything, today calculative risk taking is possible only when we have the cognitive process of learning something and then understanding the consequences of the risk taking.
Correct.
लेकिन उसके पहले, but then much before what we have is that ability or the attitude or the the mindset to take the risk.
Yeah.
That is what I believe in.
Just give me a
Yeah.
second. Just give me a second. I'll just. Now, you're right. You actually, Sumanji, I was going to come to say, can you all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. I was going to say that the one thing that I tell all my students that in today's world, a student has to work on three skills. Three skills. One, the first most important skill is you have to be versatile. That's what I mean when Sumanji said that person has to have the ability. When you're versatile, okay, you can be adaptable, right? When you're multi-skilled, that means you're versatile. When you're versatile, you can be adaptable. And just being versatile or just being adaptable doesn't give us the results, because being versatile and adaptable, then you can work on the ability to take decision, because decision making skill is very critical today. Agreed?
Yes, ma'am.
And that is what we need to inculcate in our students. Our students do not uh, our students do not want to take that risk. Our students, even each one of us, we do not want to be accountable. So that is the we need to believe that it's okay to take a wrong decision, but it's not okay to not decide. It is that belief that will help us, and it is that belief that will inculcate the skill in our students. I always tell everybody that our life, the diary of our life, it is only some pages that are pre-written. The rest of it we write by our actions. We are given the option to write. We have to believe that we can write the experiences. But if we choose to not write, then it gets written. So it is
Ma'am,
that
I
belief.
have a question.
Yes.
This is Sheila Ditto.
Yes.
Ma'am, I was just thinking aloud that we were talking about risk-taking, appetite, and the willingness. I mean, obviously, it starts with the willingness to take a risk. But is risk-taking or the ability or the willingness to take risks, is it not associated with our upbringing and the people around us? The kind of support system that we have, because if we do not have a safety net, then would we want to take the risk in the first place? I was just
Exactly.
maybe
No,
a
no, no, no.
very silly
Correct.
question.
I won't deny that. Yes, now there are many students who come from different backgrounds. There are students who come from a background where they have a support system, but there are students who don't have, and that is where we as facilitators play a very important role. We as facilitators need to inculcate that confidence in them, that it's okay to not be at par with the other students at this point in time. It's okay that I don't have a lot of money. It's okay that I may not be good looking, but that should not stop me in rising in life. When For me to rise in life, it is not simply the CA degree or not simply the MBA degree. It is the attitude that I'm working on, and that is where we as facilitators need to work on this belief system of the students. You all agree?
Ma'am, if I can just Sheila, this is just for one, if you just allow me for a couple of seconds to connect to Sheila Ditya. Sheila, what I believe is yes, as an institution, yes, it plays a major role in a child's shaping a child's future. So is equally the parents, the environment. But then at the end of everything, I can of course give you an example here. At the end of everything, that institution or having a great parents has to be there within us. The right example is Dr. Abdul Kalam. I happened to visit Dhanushkori. I happened to see his place. Trust me, the place that he came from, we cannot even imagine. One time of meal was very difficult for him. Of course, his autobiography is there right in the internet, but then one has to go to Dhanushkodi to see his place, the place that he has come from. And today, from there to becoming the president of India was a daunting task, was climbing the Himalaya. So what I believe, and there was absolutely no support for him except he himself within that institution, that great parents from within. So
Okay.
live example before us. So that is what I'm trying to convey here.
Yes, yes.
Ma'am, just give me 30 seconds, ma'am. I'd just like to add wonderful example. And I would just like to add, now how would you say this? Because Mr. Dr. Abdul Kalam, God bless his soul, he in the 1960s thought what Elon Musk thought today about reusing rockets. So I read about an episode in which one of his juniors said that we actually, we launched a rocket from an aeroplane and then we had it land back, but because of funding or whatever, so really speaking, the risk taking ability was there, but it didn't see fruition. Nobody saw any fruition in the idea. And so 30-35 years later, Elon Musk landed rockets back, and that was considered a big deal. So
Exactly.
all hats off to Mr. Dr. Abdul Kalam, for actually being such a great visionary.
Okay,
Thank you.
now this is where this reminds me what my says. Every time I try to tell him that I have better experience than you, I'm older to you. You know what he says? Mama, you're wrong. You're older to me, but you have to understand that I was older when my previous birth got over and I came to you. So I have more experience than you. So the exactly, I mean, you brought a very very relevant point over here, that Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam or any person, when that person fails, when that person doesn't succeed, we have to look at failure not as failure, but it's a process of learning. It is that process of learning which has led to Elon Musk today successfully completing the experiment that Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam had done some years ago. So we have to understand that we may have failed in certain things, but we have to let our students realize that they can learn. They can learn by learning from us. They can be wiser by learning from our experience. So when students want to come and enjoy an OT or MCS, that is where we can work on their mindset. We need to we need to make them believe that they can learn from us. So we need to gain their confidence. We need to gain their trust. We need to come across somebody who is connecting to them instead of me trying to teach them. If I speak their language, like I love to read people, analyze people, not judge people. So when I tell them about something about themselves, it's amusing also, it's shocking also, and then that helps me in developing a connection. So each of us has to work on that strategy. What works for me may not work for Navita, may not work for Rajivji. So each one of us has to work on that strategy. It is that connection which is absolutely important. That is what I'm referring to in this slide. The strategy. Each of you have to identify what is your strongest resource and you have to use it in the best possible way. Yes, Namita, you want to say something?
Yes, I wanted to add here as facilitators, we should make sure that we do not magnify the failures.
Yes.
Like this is what, in Indian education system, it is like when a student fails, there is a red underline. So a student, like I'm done with my college and everything. It's been years, but I still remember if I flunked in sixth class in a specific subject. Why? Because there was a red underline. Parents in the society, they talk about failures more. Oh, your child flunked in this exam. And in the same way, even students, they remember that they could not clear a particular exam, but they do not magnify how many times they have passed those exams. So
Yes.
it is, we have to change the belief system that it's okay to fail. It's okay to make mistakes. Important is you learn from your mistakes and you move ahead. You do not kill your present thinking about the past. You cannot live a life of regrets.
This is what I mean when you have clarity of values. You should know what you want. You should know what you want to pass on to the others. Right? Yes, Ajivji, you raised your hand. Okay. Okay. So, obviously, if you do not have that energy, you cannot pass on the energy, because if I do not speak in a way that is interesting to y'all will not listen to me. It is a choice that I make. It is the youngsters are very clear. It is they who are investing their time and their money. It is not us. Today's youngsters, they do their own calculation. They decide whether attending the lecture is should be my priority, or watching something on my mobile or being somewhere else should be my priority. So it is for us to pull them. It is not their responsibility to listen to us, right? Bonding power, I think we have spoken enough on the bonding power. Mastery of communication. We If we are expecting them to be masters, right, then we have to first work on our communication. Communication is not just what you speak. Communication is also how you speak. To speak, I need to have data, I need to have information, I need to be well read. You can bluff for the first maximum 15 minutes. Beyond that, you better have substance. You better speak something that is beyond what they can find, what they can Google, beyond what they can get on the YouTube. It should be your own original thought process. You need to observe, you need to be aware. So that's where master in communication. It is not difficult, trust me. I come from an orthodox Marathi family. I was not, even now I make mistakes. Even now, my vocabulary is way less than what my child, the 11-year-old, his vocabulary is possibly much better than me. Yes, who has raised the hand? Tilaka. I'm sorry if I pronounce it incorrectly.
No, ma'am. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Tilaka. Yes.
You have gone on mute, Tilaka. Tilaka?
Am I audible now? Am I
Yes.
audible now?
Yes.
Yeah. So basically, with my experience, I'd like to tell you I'm a corporate trainer. I started off as a school teacher, worked in certain schools, and I moved on to training people for competitive exams. I've been doing that for the last 25 years now. When it comes to communication, I always say that everybody can communicate, but only few people can connect, because the connect is based on your value systems and also on the empathy that you share with the other person. So it's a lot to do with your emotional quotient that you connect with people. Your sentences may be fragmented because, ma'am, you were talking about you may not have a good vocabulary. Many students do ask me this. They say, ma'am, we don't have a very good repertoire of vocabulary. So how do we connect? I think if you look at some of the great speakers or great successful people in life, right from Abdul Kalam, they're not people who have a flowery vocabulary, but who are very sincere and genuine in their approach, and that honesty and your value system is what makes the communication great.
You know what? Here, there's one more interesting thing that I always tell. This is what I believe. Our mother tongue. When we learnt our mother tongue, which school or which class did we go to? And we are always the most comfortable in our mother tongue because we learnt it by observation. We speak. It doesn't matter for us what the other person thinks of what I'm speaking in my mother tongue. I will just go and speak because as a child, that's what I learned. So I always say that to communicate, it is the problem is when we try to speak in a language which is not what we think in. We tend to think in the language that we are comfortable in, and then we tend to translate. We want to present the best image to the others. Instead of that, let me just express what I want to say. I will be comfortable. That's what, when we just look for an opportunity and speak, it helps us to break the barriers. Yes, Rajivji.
Ma'am, thank you for the opportunity. And Tilaka, ma'am, thank you for raising such a relevant point about difference between connect and communication. And actually, this has been the major mainstay of the topic I take about ethos, pathos, and logos. In communication. So, I was actually just yesterday I was reading an interview by Imtiaz Ali, the famous director, and he says that an actor needs to be empathetic because see, actors connect a lot. So the successful like Shah Rukh Khan, I'm taking an extreme example here, so they connect. So he says they don't need to be kind, they just need to know what state of mind the other person is. So to that extent, Tilaka ma'am, I would frankly speaking disagree with you that you really need to be empathetic, because actors don't necessarily need to feel that feeling, but they can still connect because they use techniques. So you can use pathos, like Amitabh Bachchan uses in Kaun Banega Karodpati. Oh, I'm from a poor background, etc. So they use this. So these are the mules they flog and get money out of. I mean, because people cry and all that stuff, and so the viewership goes up. So there are so many techniques that people use, misuse rather. But yes,
Yeah.
connect is very important. Yeah.
Okay, what Rajivji, what you're saying and what Tilaka, ma'am, you're saying, uh, I have a very interesting point to make over here. Okay, both of you are basically almost on the same lane, but it's just that there's a missing point. Let's talk about cartoons. When I say cartoons, what comes to your mind? Any of you, please be free. What comes to your mind when we say cartoons?
Tom and Jerry.
Tom and Jerry. Okay, continue. Yes. Who else?
Simplicity.
Simplicity. What else? DuckTales, Tom and Jerry.
I
What else?
think cartoons get a
Humor,
smile on our faces.
Very good. What else?
humor.
Humor. Very good. What else? Entertainment. Anything else that
Popeye.
comes to? Huh?
Popeye.
Popeye. Okay. Child's play.
I think, sorry, ma'am, I'm not raising my hand. I could not do that. I just want to say that, they bring out the child inside us. So even if that's very important to be happy, to connect, and I think to forget all worries, and for those few moments that we're in front of the cartoons, we
And the
really
child is
enjoy
energetic,
ourselves.
right? The child is
Pardon?
energetic.
Pardon?
The child is energetic. The child is a great
Yes.
negotiator.
Yes.
Okay.
And I think that's what we all need to keep alive within us. And that's why I love these sessions at ICI also, because we interact with young professionals. and they give us a lot of energy, which we might lack sometimes, but then they add to it, and that's what is wonderful about it.
Okay, I'll just
So
add
It
one
also
point
makes us
to the
creative.
topic.
Creativity comes out through cartoons as well.
Okay, yeah. Vinita, you are trying to say something?
Yeah, ma'am. I was saying that, when we talk about cartoon, it is like, something which is appealing across ages.
Okay.
So that's very important about cartoons.
Very nice, because that is in sync. When I talk about cartoons, what comes to my mind? What comes to my mind is business communication. Can anybody tell me why do I say business communication? Anyone? Yes, Rajivji. Or Anindya?
It
So, ma'am,
helps people.
I just wanted to carry on from what was being discussed. I think also that one big connect or bridge for communication is the listening power
No,
of the person who.
right now, I have a question.
Yeah.
When I said what comes to my mind is when I think of cartoons is business communication. Now, why did I just say that? When everybody is saying fun, entertainment, it brings a smile, it brings that energy. Why did I say business communication? What comes to my mind? Because today we have to understand we are discussing every example that we are discussing. It is in sync with today's topic.
Can I say something here on
Yeah,
this
sure,
thing?
sure.
But I think it delivers a message pretty quickly. I think cartoons has that thing, and it helps. Maybe the humor will help it to keep it in our mind. It will stick to our minds a bit longer than what maybe a general thing or a
May I?
presentation might.
May I?
Ma'am, may I add something to it, ma'am?
Who's
Right?
this? Yes, Nidhi.
Ma'am, I feel you said business communication because you are thinking within you about business, and because that is there in your mind, you are looking into business in that with that perspective, the cartoons also.
No, now I'll
Ma'am,
tell you
can I say something?
just one
May
last
I?
question. Yes,
Yeah.
okay.
Ma'am, I just wanted to add over here. I'm sorry, can someone please tell me how to raise the hand over here? I'm not getting it.
May I? I also wish to speak.
From reactions.
From reactions, you go to reactions,
Yeah,
which is at
I
the
went
bottom,
More
there.
and there is
and there you
reactions.
will have
Oh,
it.
yes.
More.
Okay, fine. Then. So, ma'am, since I have the opportunity, I would just like to add that when we are communicating, whether it is business or with someone else, there are two things that always help us to connect. One is our sense of humor, and the other is our sense of emotion. And when we look at cartoons, they help us connect with the other person. There is a connectivity. So I think from that point of view, if you think about business communication regarding humor, regarding emotion, getting to the other person, I think that is what you meant. I mean, I don't know whether I'm on the right.
Am I audible? Am I audible?
Sandhya ma'am, the power of brevity. A cartoon doesn't have long explanations.
And they follow
So
a format.
brevity.
They
Okay.
follow a format.
Okay. Now, because of the shortage of time, I'm just going to continue for some time. I'll definitely give you all an opportunity. See, the 5 things that come to my mind, okay, when I speak of cartoons is first of all, and I'm talking about cartoons, I'm not referring to animated movies, okay? No cartoon goes beyond 10 to 15 minutes. Agreed? Okay? In cartoon, they're always very elaborate in their expression. Wow, ऐसे भी होता है, right? Yes or no? There is never a dull moment. There is always something, some speech, some action, some music going on. Okay. Next point. They keep on repeating things. Swiper no swiping, swiper no swiping, swiper no swiping, and it will be exactly at that pace. Unless and until you're watching a cartoon on YouTube, you will not be able to speed it up at all. You will go in that same flow. Agree? And the last point is that no cartoon comes in a mixed language. If it is in Hindi, it will be in Hindi. If it is in English, it will be in English. Can anybody challenge me on these 5 points? Right? Now, why?
Now, ma'am, can I add something in? If it's just give me one.
Yes, tell me.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. Ma'am, the advantage of playing a cartoon is, I can tell you, rest assured, I mean, living, whatever my co-faculty has said was absolutely correct. What I believe is showing a cartoon in any way, let that be Hindi, any regional language or English, the advantage is, and particularly when you enter, you don't say anything as a faculty, you enter the class, don't say anything, just put a cartoon. It works as a little stress buster for the student from their
Okay.
end.
I will definitely come to what you are
Because
saying, Sumanji. Let me just connect the dots. What the points that I've said, let me just connect to why I was trying to say that the word that comes to my mind is business communication. Now, cartoons is meant for right from newborn to there is no upper age. Each of us has a kid in us, right? Right. So, if you see the child, when the child is born, initially the child's eyesight is still developing. Till the age of 1.5 to 2 months, the eyesight of the child is developing. Because of that, in cartoons, you will always see great colors, music, something or the other is happening. Generally, the first toy that is given to a child is that thing that rotates on top of the cradle. Am I right or wrong? Which has music, colors. Am I right?
Yes,
Am I-
ma'am.
Yes.
Yeah. Then now the child tends to get distracted. The child's memory is developing up to the age of 3. The makers of the cartoon understand this. That's the reason they keep on repeating things. No cartoon goes beyond 10 to 15 minutes because they know that first of all it's difficult to get the attention of the child. If you get it, it's more difficult to retain. So they keep on repeating and they do not stretch a cartoon. Do not stretch your talk. Got it? Say it in an interesting manner. Use your voice modulation. Use your body language. I always move around in the class. I always try to connect with the kids, even if I'm addressing whether it is a crowd of 50, whether it is a crowd of 60, or whether it is a crowd of 100. I try to establish a personal connect with the kids. My style of teaching is even in the big class, it is always each child will feel that I'm connecting personally. Maintain eye contact, because when you are maintaining eye contact, you don't realize there are sound waves going in the class. It's not just what you're speaking, it's also how you're speaking. Those sound waves will ensure when you're looking at a person in one direction, the your sound, and this you will not find in any book. I can challenge you. The sound travels in the direction of the line of vision. So where you see, your sound will travel there. If you keep on connecting with each and every person, your sound will keep on traveling throughout the class. There will never be a dull moment in the class. Use body language, use expressions. So the way we communicate is what is important. Then, when I said each cartoon comes in only one language, that's because today cartoons are used as a mode of education for youngsters, whether it is by the parents or whether it is by the teacher. No parent or no teacher would like the child to learn a mixed language. That means the people who are making the cartoons, they have understood their customer so well. When we are in a class, for us, for me as a trainer, my customer is the child, the student. And for that student, uh, uh, for the student, I am his or her customer, because an opportunity can come from any direction. You have to understand that. So it is how you connect, that is what is important. Use communication as a way to connect. Do you all agree? That,
Yes.
that's the reason
Even in
cartoons. Yes. Tell me, somebody was
even
speaking.
in even in vernacular language, if I would like to fix the emotional connectivity,
Yes.
there has to be some usage of the vernacular language, the mother of a particular state or a particular country. It's a necessity for emotional connectivity.
That's
Maybe
right.
for few out of maybe 100 minutes, could be 5 minutes. I'm not talking about this. This is my last 22 years experience with chartered accountant students. If I speak something in English right from the day one, the day point, it will not serve the purpose and the connectivity will be lost.
Yes, we should
English is a
use,
necessity.
yes, we should use every way to connect, but at the same time, we should not lose focus. We should not lose sight of our goal that we need to make them global professionals. So while we are trying to connect with them, currently we are using a vernacular language. We also need to motivate them to be aware of what's happening around. To be
Absolutely.
so
Absolutely right. Absolutely.
actually, we need to drive them to read, to drive them to attempt to speak in English, to speak in a more assertive way. Today, I always love what again, I'm not bringing politics over here. I'm just trying to say the mindset that I love when Jai Shankar tells on so many forums that it is time for us, for Europeans and Americans to learn to accept that we as Indians, we are rising. We are not here to always copy what you all are doing.
Yes.
We are doing what we feel is best. Why should we always follow somebody? If we want followers, then we need to be those independent people. We need to have the guts to think differently. Yes, Meenakshi.
I would like to add something on this.
Yes.
Like, I belong to Varanasi, and we have a mixed crowd of students. Like, some come from Hindi background, Hindi medium background, some from English medium. So we faculties have to be bilingual with them.
Yes.
That is for
Absolutely.
sure. Like, something which is narrated in English, then the same thing is narrated in Hindi, so that otherwise they'll remain quiet throughout the session of 15 days. If they find it completely English, then they will not be in a comfort zone sitting in a GMCS class.
Correct. So that's what we have to. Yes.
Can I add to that?
Yes.
First of all, as a faculty, we have to understand where the entire education system is moving in the entire country. It's more about the marks oriented, grade oriented. And without looking at that, how can I be a good parent and also the teacher?
So we can.
Many things.
Yes.
And that's why I may suggest, madam, we have used the mindset, this book. I'm not able. Mindset. I will write Mindset by Professor Carol Dweck. She is a professor of the Stanford, and it is one of the top book in the world today. 2 million copies sold. Mindset. I am writing the name.
Yeah.
By Carol Dweck.
Yes. And the author's name.
Carol Dweck. Yeah. It is used for parenting, business, school, and relationship. And the focus is on fixed mindset and the growth mindset. So whatever we are discussing, we will find a lot of case study and the stories in this book, madam. Thank you so much, madam.
So as great communicators, you all understand that we need to work on our own skills. Basically, we need to be, we need to do a lot.
Yesterday also, it was communicated to us that we need to dedicate 2 hours at least a week for the reading and getting updated.
Yes, in fact,
daily 2 hours. Daily 2 hours.
In fact, Aditya sir is also, he has been telling that faculties, there should be a WhatsApp group where faculties can share weekly or monthly whatever books they have read and share the knowledge that they have. So it will be like a good learning experience for many more people. So if y'all want, I mean, do share, do put across this thought. We would definitely love to create such a WhatsApp group. Got it? Okay.
Exactly.
Now coming to the next slide that I personally feel very connected. How many have heard this? काकचेष्टा बकोध्यानम स्वान निद्रा तथैव च स्वल्पहारी गृहत्यागी विद्यार्थी पंचलक्षणम. What do you think this is?
Ma'am, these are the
Procrastination needs to be avoided every moment.
Yes, the 5
अरे हम
skills.
लोग मैडम इसी को पढ़ के तो बड़े हुए हैं. I mean, we have to give the same to our students.
Yes,
There's
yes.
just one day you skip your routine and there is a series of such skip days. You have to
Yes.
do it every day. ऐसा बोलना पड़ता है बच्चों को भी.
But आज के बच्चों को ये दिखाना पड़ता है because they have got a lot of things easy in their life and it is not their problem. They are not the problem. It is we who are the problem. When I was once I'd gone to a PTM in my son's school, the teacher had a very interesting. Okay. So the teacher, obviously, the teacher was a young lady, and most of the parents were seniors. So the teacher was trying to communicate a very important thought, and the beauty with which she communicated, that is what has stayed with me. She told there were about 20 parents. We were all, there were some sheets, white paper sheets kept, and there were colors. So each of the parents, we were told to pick up a sheet and pick up 2, 3 colors. And while we all, because each of us parents, we wanted to create a very good impression with the teacher for our child. So we rushed to get the paper and the colors. And while we were doing that, she quietly said, which none of us parents heard, she quietly said that the rest of the colors will be for the kids. Each of us took the colors and we drew. The drawings were real fancy. Somebody draws a house, a mountain, rose, whatnot, whatnot. Okay. At the end of it, we were told to show the pictures, and then the kids were told to show the pictures. What came out was amazing. What came out was that all of us parents, we had wonderful colors in our diagrams, in whatever we drew. But all the kids, the only colors that they had was white, black, and brown. The lesson was that we parents, in an attempt to give the best experience for the child, we wanted to create the best impression with the teacher. We took away all the colors. We took away all those experiences. So when Minakshi ji says that we need to repeat it for the children, we need to repeat it because we have taken away those experiences from them. Where are we letting them do what we did? Where are we letting them make the mistakes that we did? That is what is risk taking. We were not stopped, right? But we are stopping them. Risk taking. So when I say calculative risk taking, this is what, as a child, if way back, I mean, if a child is going, the parent is watching, but the parent, अगर वो बच्चा गिरता है या वो बच्चा फेल होता है, कोई competition है, बच्चा, if the child doesn't perform well, we don't give the child an award for not doing well. Today, if there is a competition, the parents will even give a child award for not doing well. Why? Because the child should not feel bad. Right? Instead, we need to inculcate, because we are like a parent. As facilitators, we are like a parent. So, kakacheshta. We need to tell that student that put efforts like a crow. The difference between success and failure is that the successful person tries that one more time. And who decides? Who decides whether I will fail or succeed? It is me who decides. It's me, my destiny, my happiness is in my hands. It is not in anybody else's hands. Yes, Anindya ji. You had something to add? Rajiv ji.
Yeah, yes. Actually, ma'am, the very important point you raised about celebrating failure, I think, Anupam Kher actually recently read an interview where he said that, when he failed in his, I think, class, when he was 16 or so, he failed in his class, and, his father took him for a treat, actually. So that treat was very expensive. Generally, they would go only as a family once or twice a year. So he talks about having a pineapple pastry with a mutton.
No, sometimes it's okay. No, agree. Sometimes it's okay.
Point really was that that his father told him that what, from now on you celebrate your failures. So what he said was that with that confidence that my father is backing me, that he felt that he could take risks, so that added to his risk taking ability. That's what he considered it.
Yes, so that is what we are talking about, coming up with that support mindset. The children, students who do not have that kind of a support system. We need to help them develop their own support system. Not everybody today, not like for example, when I was struggling, I didn't have that support system. I come from a very orthodox family. I was told after my graduation to stop my education, but I had for so much, it was there in my mind that I will be studying further. And when I was developing this mindset, nobody stopped me. But I came home after giving my final exam, and I was told that now no further studies, get married and go. So I'm like, for me, if I make up my mind, if I decide something, then nobody in the world can stop me. But if I do not like something, nobody in the world can convince me. So we need to
Ma'am,
make.
can I
Yes.
just share one small incident anecdote here? It's an incident, ma'am. Here the leadership through association is something which is very mandatory because you're talking about support system, ma'am, and
Yes.
that comes from leadership with association. The parents has to be a friend to the children. I remember my father doing something, with me. We were coming down from Pondicherry to Chennai. We had a very small car at that point of time. The first set of car was Maruti 800, Isuzu model. And I never had a driving license. It was a highway. All of a sudden, he stopped the car. I was sitting beside him. He said, "Come on, get out." I said, "Why?" He said, "Come on, get on." I said, "Why?" I said, "Why?" He said, "Come on, sit in my place." I said, "Papa, I don't have a driving license. This is the national highway." He said, "This is the place you got to learn your driving. You have the basic concepts of driving." I said, "Yes." He said, "Why are you afraid? Come on, go ahead." My father is no more in this world, but I still remember his every single teaching as a friend that whatever I am today, you know. So that's this one thing. Association, leadership has many roles. But what
Yes.
I would say as a parent, that leadership through association is something that will enrich, enlighten, and empower a child for taking risk and grow in life. Ma'am. That's all.
as as Chanakya Niti says that up to the age of 5, pamper the child. From 5 to 15, be a strict disciplinarian. After 15, be that friend. So that's the reason the students that come to us are beyond 15. So we need to be friend, but we have a bigger challenge. We cannot simply be friend. If they say, no, we want to enjoy today, let's play games. We need to understand it is our responsibility to tell them, yes, we will definitely enjoy, but we will enjoy in a way that we also learn. So we should be prepared. We should not have that irritation in our mind that, oh, I have to teach this subject. And how can I do that when the students want to learn? Where are they wrong in their mindset? They don't want to hear what they can get from Google and YouTube. It is we who have to be prepared. It is we. In the next session that I have, I'll also tell you that why it is important that we need to craft games. I never decide, I never go by any activity that is predefined in some management manual. I understand my audience, and then I come up with certain set of activities which people people can connect to. So while they're playing a game, I also, like for example, I'll give you an example. Let's say I'm taking a session on professional ethics, the day 15 on MCS. How many have ever taken day 15 of MCS? How many have ever taken the day 15 of MCS?
Day 15 MCS in
It's a
Kolkata is
very
different
Tough,
actually.
man, most
It's
tough.
not on ethics.
Right? And it is challenging.
Yes,
very
yes, I
difficult.
would love to say that. Well, I
Because
already
everybody
did.
is lucky.
People want
That
to
is the most
enjoy,
challenging.
right? People want to enjoy. So I know for that people want to enjoy. So what do? I put up a mock code. I put up a court of board of discipline. So it is and best part is I let the students come up with the cases. Got it? So it is you have to think differently. Unless until you enjoy that process, you will not let the students enjoy the process. Yes, who's this? Yes, Ajivji. You have raised your hand?
Oh, sorry. No, no, no.
Okay, okay, fine. Now let's go. Bako Dhyanam. Focus on your goal. This is what exactly I was trying to say. That you have to be clear about your goal. Your goal is you have to give them, you have to impart them knowledge. And here, our challenge is much bigger than a typical school or a college teacher. They are teaching from the book. The evaluation of the child is whatever the teacher has taught, the child goes and answers the question in that question paper, and the evaluation is done. But what we are teaching is much more important, should be much more long lasting, so that they can apply it in their life. I tell my students that I win or I score as a faculty when in life, in future, you are facing certain incidences. You may not remember me, but you remember my teachings and you implement that in your life. That is my goal. So you have to be clear about your goal. When you are clear about the takeaway that you want the audience to take, then you will focus on then the process will come on its own. For example, let's how many remember the interview of Three Idiots? The Sharman Joshi's interview.
Most of the people will remember if they've seen the movie.
Okay, most of the people who have
Yeah.
seen the movie.
Who have seen the movie, I guess.
Yes. Okay. Now I'm sorry. There would be people who have not watched the movie, but I'll come
Yeah,
to
yes,
that.
ma'am. Those who have seen it, of course.
Yes, I'll try to later on. I'm sure that link will be there in YouTube. Now, can somebody tell me? See, I'll start with the description of the sequence of events, and then I'll ask you something. Sharman Joshi, typically in his interview seat, he has told the interviewers that he had tried to commit suicide and whatnot. So one of the interviewers, the main guy, he says that, you know what, you're too honest. So we want somebody. I mean, if you can let go of your attitude, then we can consider. Okay, this is what he says because he finds Shaman Joshi too honest. Okay, so now the second interviewer, what does the second interviewer do? He doesn't speak anything, but he does something. Nobody remembers?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, tell me.
He just packed his files and all and say that he doesn't say, he says file and stand up. Just he don't want this job to, if he want
No,
to
he
change.
doesn't say. He doesn't say. Yes, he closes the file and pushes the file towards Sharman.
Yes, and then he doesn't say anything. Just he
Yes.
stood up.
He doesn't stand up also. Observe. He just gives the file. Sharman, see now here, this is a non-verbal communication. Okay. Each
Yes.
one is focused on what they want. Non-verbal communication. Sharman understands, the actor Sharman Joshi understands that they want me to change the attitude. So he tells them that ये attitude काफी सारी हड्डियां तोड़ के आया है. आप अपनी जॉब रखो, मैं अपना attitude रखता हूँ.
Attitude रखता हूँ.
Yes, ऐसे करके he takes the file with tears in his eyes. He turns his wheelchair and is going towards the door. That's when the main HR guy says, "अरे भाई salary नहीं discuss करोगे?" That means you don't want to discuss the salary. So now just see over here. The interviewers' focus is that they need to get the best candidate, the candidate who is strong in his or her mindset. They need to see whether the candidate is having a mask or this is the real self. Because in the past, this particular person has shown an inclination towards giving up in life when he had tried to commit suicide. So is he strong enough for the job? And that's the reason they put him under stress. So here, the interviewers were not the enemy of this person attending the interview. This I'm talking about Three Idiots scene only, Supriti. It was the same scene. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah. So he now the interview that is the person attending the interview. He thinks that these people they don't like him. They were not his enemies. They were only doing their job. So each of us we have to understand, and this is what we need to let the students know, that focus on your goal. Everything, the way will come by its own if you are clear on your goal. But at the same time, you should not be stuck up on that goal. I may want to be, I may want to break a world record of 3 hours and 10 minutes, let's say in a marathon, right? But even if I achieve that record by, let's say, a few seconds less, yet it does not guarantee me a world record or a medal, because there may be somebody else who may achieve the distance in a much lesser time, or I myself may have the capacity. So while I should focus on my goal that yes, I need to break this world record, but I also need to focus on the process, right? So Bako Dhyanam, while it says focus on the goal, you also need to focus on the process. The next, this is in sync with what the ICAI motto is. Shwana Nidra, that is, stay alert like a dog. So whatever it is, be alert, be aware of what is happening. Being alert is all about reading, is all about analyzing continuously what is happening around you, right? Like for example, I'm trying my best, though I'm operating from two different systems. I'm trying my best to see the chat box and to see what whoever has switched on their videos. I'm trying to see now. For example, Anita is trying. She's focused on the screen and she's coming closer to the screen, so she's listening intently. Bimalji, since a very long time, he is totally focused. He has nothing else. He has no distractions around. Putting that headphone, he is not even aware of what is happening around. So this shows, see, each one of you is telling me a story, and that story I can use to connect with you. This is what you need to do. You need to be alert to what is happening around you. Deepak ji, I have noticed that since yesterday he has always been alert. His video is almost always on. He is listening intently. So we can see it, we can see Varghese ji. In fact, Varghese ji was he had joined. He was the first person to join. He was there almost at 8:30. Am I right? So there were people. We could see that excitement in the people to attend the session. So this is what, stay alert, be aware of what is happening around you. There may be certain, thank you, Nidhi. There may be certain child who, when I started a class, there was one child when I was going through. I love to have fun, and I love to have my students have fun. So we were going through this lively motivation, the introduction session, and there was one particular child, who was looking outside. He was pretending that he is not interested, but I could see somewhere that he wanted to be noticed. Got it? Typically, very often it happens that people who are not interested, you show them, you notice them, you get them involved, and see how they flourish. And that is typically what happened when I paid attention to this child, not by shouting at him, but by getting him involved in the activities. After some time, the child was started taking the lead, and later on, it so happened that with that batch, because one day some other faculty had not come in. Generally, we don't go the second time in a batch, but some other faculty had not come in, and suddenly at a short notice, I had to go. I had to take a session. So it so happened that I had a second session with that batch. And I realized that that particular child had given the best presentation on the day 13. So it is, to see the transformation. Transformation doesn't happen all of a sudden. We have to make them realize that there is nothing like overnight success. Ritesh Agarwal from OYO, he had said in one of the interviews that to become overnight success, I had to struggle for 5 long years. Nobody is ever overnight success. So we need to drive this thought process in the students. We need to give the right inputs to their senses, what they see, what they hear. When we have activity based learning, they feel it. They don't just listen, right? They don't just hear, they're feeling it. Very often, I tell them to come up with an activity and which they are giving to the next group. So what happens is, yes, when it comes to them themselves, they'll try to come up with a simple activity. But if they have to give it to others, they would love to complicate it. And that's where that the fun sets in, the challenge sets in. Got it? So get them involved. These are the kind of inputs that you would give to their senses. We as facilitators, every moment of the day, you have to be in that role. And a facilitator is a multi-layered role. What it Grihatagi, that means you have to be completely involved in that role. You have to be completely dedicated. And the same thought process we are trying to inculcate in them. Yes, somebody has raised a hand.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ma'am, can I take a minute to say something here?
Or maybe.
So usually what I tell them, when they're giving presentations or they're coming in front of the class to say something, like what you are saying, that we have to be so involved with them. I often tell them that we need to be performers when we come here, in front of the audience. Because and I often ask this question that why am I saying performer? Are we singing or dancing or doing something artistic like that? So the thing is that we move out of our comfort zone, when we are in front of an audience giving a presentation or whatever communicating. So in that way, हमको एक कहीं ना कहीं एक performer बनना पड़ता है, like you're saying, to inspire, to motivate. So we have to put our whole soul into it, And I think the best part is the best return that we get is, like you said, that when you saw that presentation on the 13th day, you really felt, that you had pulled him out of his very quiet demeanor, the comfort zone that he was in, and made him perform. So I think that's the biggest value addition to us also. We know that, yeah, we're going in the right direction. So I think somewhere what you are saying definitely resonates and it's very
Your
important.
connect that happened, and that happened with me many times. One particular incident, I went home after my lecture, and there was this girl who sent me a message on LinkedIn that, ma'am, I for so many days I was struggling to try to come to a decision. I want to tell something to my parents, and I was not going to be there in today's lecture because I was not well. But I forced myself to come, and today, after listening to you, I am developing the guts to speak to my parents. And she said, I am still trying to see how to speak to them, but I'll definitely speak to them. And the day I speak to them, I will let you know. And she did get back to me the day she spoke to her mom.
Wow, that's
Yes,
lovely.
please. And
Wonderful.
there are, I generally use some funny acronyms, some funny ways of introduction. So, like, for example, saying, starting with yo ho ho. So, that I have had people coming up to me, whether it is messaging or LinkedIn or somewhere they meet me and they're like, yo ho ho, ma'am. And I don't, for me, it's difficult to remember, but then when they say that, I know that this child has been in my class. I don't
The
remember the
class.
names, but I'm good at faces. So that gives the satisfaction that yes, you are giving something. You're making
Correct.
that little difference.
Very
That
true,
is
ma'am.
the
Very
passion.
true.
Yes, Rajiv ji. Again, your hand is raised. Okay. So this is a kind of a summarization. Kakachitra, efforts of a crow, Bako Dhyanam, focus on your goal like a crow.
Yes.
You all know the story, right? Story of that little water in that pot.
Right, right.
Yeah. Okay. Shwana Nidra, stay alert like a dog. Alpahari, giving right input to your senses. And Griha Tyagi, leaving your comfort zone, as Nidhi rightly said. Okay, so leaving the comfort zone is important. You also need to leave your comfort zone. I always tell people that today, thanks to ICAI, I have reached a stage where, I mean, the same shy girl, uh, I who has gone through a nervous breakdown. Yes, I have worked in different industries, but this particular profession has today. I can, if somebody pushes me on the stage to speak, I will not think of giving the best presentation. I will just say I need to just go there and speak, and that's what I do. I just go there and speak. Yes, Vinita, you have to say something. You are on mute.
Yes, ma'am. I also wanted to say the same thing, that leaving your comfort zone. And I want to thank ICAI because I always used to think I'm not.
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, yes.
So I used to think I will not be able to take, sessions, online sessions. My sessions would not be energetic and all that. But once I started taking sessions for ICAI and almost 6 hours and with very vibrant participants, now from that time onwards using Zoom and everything, I started loving online sessions. So coming out of the comfort zone, I thought I would not be good because I want to face the participants. But thankfully, always so disciplined, dedicated, all the videos were on. Today, I always I'm grateful that I changed my mindset. Something I thought online I'm not good, but today I thoroughly enjoy it. So I just thought I'll share that.
Yes, thank you, and thank you, Trilok Kumar ji. Okay.
Yeah, ma'am, can I just speak for a 30 seconds?
Sure.
Yeah. So, ma'am, actually, there's a very valid point that comes up in, is, MCS people are, I've taught both OC and MCS, and MCS generally are very, very particular. So, I took feedback once from some students who didn't appear interested in my initial sessions when I just moved into MCS. And that was a couple of years ago. And what they said was, you don't have anything for us because we want to practice. So you need to, I guess, and a very valid point that comes up is that, people ask, how do we build our practice? And this, I think, is not covered in any syllabus as so far. And, this is a very core area which everybody asks. So I think, everybody can share their experience. So I generally put the question to the students now. And I've come up with some interesting responses that, most of the work is stolen, you know. So I won't reveal the name or the sex also, but there was a student who said that she had, sorry, or that it had 114 clients. So I said, how did you manage that? So this person was reasonably handsome or good looking, whichever way you want to put, but not that smart. But still very brain smart, I think, because what this person did was that the first 15 days that person told me is that I went and put my nose to the grind and did the client's work and impressed him. And then the 16th day onwards, I started asking him, sir, kuch kaam do na, kuch kaam do na. So after another 15 days, he gave this person the work. And so this is verbatim what that person told me. So from there onwards, that person started building clients from within the CS network. I mean, whatever it may appear, but this apparently is a common theme, because market is limited, you know. So how does one address this issue, in MCS? That's really my question.
Very good.
Can
very
I
good.
chip in over here, please?
Yeah, sure.
Since I am a full-time practicing CA, I'm heading a firm which was established way back in
Now you feel you
1982,
can
actually.
compete. Now you feel you can give a tough fight to your wife.
No, we are not fighting at all. I really hope that she does even better than me in her career. Not at all. No issues in that regard. So what I'm trying to say is that since I'm part of a very old firm in Calcutta, so this thing, when we address our profile generally, and even the other people at Kolkata, once they understand that we are having a base of practice as we are full-time practitioners, they do start asking questions in that regard. So we do have a blend, at least in Calcutta, I would say we have a very good blend of people who are from the field of industry. Like you're addressing Deepak sir, he's from the industry, and Suman sir is very good. Suman Bagchi sir, he's from Calcutta, he's very good with these with the corporate training. Shiladitya sir is with corporate. So I think we have a brilliant blend, and at least in Calcutta it's well addressed that they understand ki which backgrounds, which faculty is coming, and they take care and they ask relevant questions. If the batch is respondent enough, if they're interactive enough, they do get their points well. What they want to hear, they do get it from the faculties. I personally feel that way.
Correct. Now, all of you, you all have chipped in these points, particularly Rajivji, when he started this discussion at the right moment. Now, you must be seeing what do you see on the screen right now? What is before the bio break? I thought I'll bring up this slide. What does this slide imply?
Question mark.
Yeah. So, what is it? What am I trying to convey over here?
Confusion. Is there confusion?
I would say inquisitiveness.
I would say asking questions.
Yes.
Introspect.
Any doubts?
All of you all are right. Yes, correct.
What next? Curiosity.
Yes. Now, I always tell people today we are in Kalyug. See, I have had certain milestones in my life which has really changed my outlook towards life. I worked with a college where I've taught business and management mantras through Bhagavad Gita. I was not teaching the shlokas, I was teaching the mantras, the business and management through Bhagavad Gita. Even for the ICAI book on philosophy, I've co-written it. So in all this research, I have come up with this interesting thing, interesting, what to say, understanding that, yeah, so Omana is saying what next? Basically, you need to have a questioning mindset. The more we passionately teach the students, I always tell every person that you have to keep on asking 5 questions: why, what, when, where, how, in everything that you do in life, whether personal or professional. Keep on asking these questions till you come to a point where you cannot ask them further. So what will happen is that means you have either identified the core problem or you have come to the solution. Develop a questioning mindset. Like for example, the way Rajiv ji said, one student had come to me, MCS student who wanted to start his practice, and he was like, he came up with a very interesting question. He said, "Ma'am, I want to start my practice, and in future, how do I take articles in my firm?" It was a very interesting question, right? So I asked this. So he was like, "How should I go about?" So I said, "Why don't you do one thing? Whatever you have learned in your OC and MCS, why don't you apply that teaching to get the right articles?" Now, what do you think that would mean? Anybody?
Maybe help them improve their communication skills if you want to emphasize on that aspect. Communication, maybe official communication more than anything else.
Think through. See, they have been articles. They have lived the life of articles. They're just coming out of their world. So they would know the articles much better than anyone else. So I asked the student, what is it that you need in a great article? Somebody who is absolutely, who is patient, somebody who is eager to learn, somebody who is good at observing, right? So why don't you look at all those qualities and why don't you tweak the process of getting the right article? Like for example, why should you always just some article approaching you and you go by the typical way? Why not send some article on the client that you know, on the client with whom you can collaborate, and observe the article while he or she is at that site? You would know how this person is performing, right? So you would automatically know whether that article is right for your firm, or if you want to or you want to get associated with the article, what are the skills that he or she needs to work on. So you can collaborate and make a much better difference in their life, right? So whatever they are learning, okay, whatever they are doing in life, they have to, unlike them, even we have to work on this questioning mindset. The new ICAI trainer, these are the expectations of ICAI, that the new trainer, because the new trainer is going to train the chartered accountants to lead India to become that $35 trillion economy. So we have to first believe in it. We have to believe in India. We have to believe in the future in India. We have to believe in our younger generation, and we have to guide and motivate them, to some extent hand holding, but yes, most of the process later on they have to do on their own. So we have to prepare them. So that is what we need to first work on, these skills, right? Agree? Any questions before we go for a bio break, a few minutes?
Madam, I would like to share about first of all faculty should have the knowledge where the society, family, profession, and economy is heading. And more important about the profession, job versus practice. Practice is not everybody's cup of tea because of the challenges and the financial and family support is required. And even if your parents or any relatives is having the practice, I always suggest to serve in an industry for 2 to 3 years to get the what are the requirements, what value addition we should provide it, and then only we can build up the practice. And the next decade, because of the globalization and industrial revolution 4.0, let me tell you, bigger firm is going to be the bigger. It applies to all industries. You look to the telecommunication, you look to the FMGC. So how can I ignore my own profession as a chartered accountant? And the expectation of seniors versus the new generation is haywire. I am since 2003, I am attached with so many students at so many places. So the problem is not with our profession. It is also a bigger problem in other areas also, including in medicine, engineering, and pharmaceutical. So that's why, as a faculty, I believe, others may differ with me, how much inputs I do day-to-day basis.
Correct.
I may not be a full-time faculty. My profession is distinct. Fine, absolutely fine. But am I putting my day-to-day inputs through various sources? Particularly for a chartered accountancy courses, am I reading annual reports to even get the where the economy is heading? How to build the practice, how to help the client, how to float a company, how to float a partnership. If I do not read the extraordinary reports, negative and positive, I think end result may not be good. It is as simple. And why one should reflect the true stories. I can give one example of one of my friend जिसके साथ मैंने गोटी खेली थी 50 साल पहले. I am a senior citizen, 64 years young. A thoroughly average student. He took 13 years to be a chartered accountant, but he retired as an executive director accounts and finance from an American company. From clerk to executive director. Whatever we have discussed, he imparted everything. Madam, आपने जो भी discuss किया ने, he imparted.
Yes, Manojji,
And
Manoj
he's a,
Makhania ji. Yes, I'm sorry.
please.
Yes,
Thank you.
very
Thank you,
right
madam.
inputs.
Thank you.
I'm trying my best in the given time. I'm trying everybody.
Yeah.
Yes, Manojji, Manoj
Yeah.
Makhania.
Yeah.
You raise your hand, Manojji. आपको कुछ बात
Yes,
करनी है?
madam.
Yes, बोलिए.
I have concern about what sir has spoken because I can foresee while giving training to students that after 5 years you will not find any person doing the assurance work. I am worried about after 5 years scenario. So I am promoting my students that you be in assurance services, auditing services after 5 years, and see what I have been doing. Being when I am in assurance services, I collect all the documents from appointment letter to engagement letter to MRL and everything, whatever the purpose are required to be collected, I collect it, and also charge highest fees. I never make compromise with my ethics. So that I always tell my students, by you being assurance services, auditing services, and future is yours. In Baruch also, in one of the programs, I could meet one chartered accountant. He was writing accounts of 400 clients, and without signing, he was writing. So that was good for him. See, there is no competition in assurance and auditing. So no doubt, Big Four will be working on their level, but at local level also you need somebody who can handle routine practice.
Manoj ji, very true, very true. What you are saying is also right. Bimal ji is also it's what perspective that he shared is also right in a way. It takes 5 different fingers to make one punch, right? So each person has their own strengths, their own weaknesses. We as facilitators, we need to understand who is किसके लिए क्या सही है. So we need to guide them. Again, it will be they who will take the decision. So what I'll do is quickly, I'm giving you about a 5 minutes. Can we ensure that 5 minutes के बाद आप आ जाए? 5 minutes का हमारे
Madam,
just
Madam, sorry to interrupt. I think
Yeah.
some of the participants have kept their microphone on.
Yeah,
and it's
Anurag ji,
disturbing.
आपका microphone on है. Okay, so 5 minutes का bio break. Quickly, it's right now 11:45, 11:50 because we are running behind schedule. Okay, quickly. ठीक है? चलो.
Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Are you all back?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. We're there.
Okay. Mm, I'm just going to try and share one video.
Ma'am, can I just take 30 seconds of your time?
Go ahead.
Ma'am, actually, I think Mr. Bimal and the other gentlemen also, they spoke very, very eloquently and very rightly that, about the future of CA, like in terms of, because that's what students ask, what are the future skills for which we need to be ready? So I think, the CA Institute can take a cue from this and actually build a database of the students' experiences post their learning, as to what the experiences have been. And they can obviously, so I don't know if they have a database system right now. So that way they can fine tune the system so that the maximum results are produced. I mean, this is the way technology is working these days. That's how Google Maps works. It takes feedback from you when you take a different turn from what it was suggesting. And if many people take that turn, then it says, okay, this is the wrong path, this is the right path. When you take a highway versus a service road, or maybe the highway is blocked, the Google doesn't know that. So the same way, same way, the feedbacks that we are just and using anecdotal evidence. Okay, मैंने इस बच्चे से बात करी, I spoke to this CA, this had. But if a conglomerate of experiences can be culled together, then that can help the faculty actually, guide the students. Just a suggestion. Thank you.
Yeah, we have people from the BOS. Rita Ma'am is there, Dr. Deepak Chanda is there, so they are taking note, right? Okay. So since it's post break, let me see how many of you. I am going to share a video. Okay, I want to see what you observe. Okay, and I want to understand the many roles that a leader plays in this. Okay, how many of you are ready for it? Everybody is at their desk, because I want you to observe each and everything that is happening in the video. Okay, I'm going to ask questions later on. Ready? Okay. Can you all see my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Yes, Sandhya ma'am.
Yes,
Can
ma'am.
you hear?
Yes, yes.
It's not that bad.
I lost my lead dog. We'll be 2 days behind if you're lucky. And we've never been
Observe each and every scene, okay? Because I'm going to ask you all later on.
lucky.
Can you raise the volume, ma'am? Actually, it's not very audible.
It's not audible.
Yeah.
Now?
Yes, ma'am, it's better.
You might wanna hang on.
Yeah. Quebec? And mash! Yes, man! Go! Yeehaw! Ha! Back! Ha! Turn left! Left! Turn left! Go! Turn left!
What just happened?
Awesome.
Awesome. How many leaders were there in that video?
Just one.
Just one. The front dog.
No, there were many leaders.
Actually, the guy who was instructing was a leader, instructing the person, but then based on the situation, the lead dog took a turn and then went about based on the situation.
And
I think the big dog was
the
the leader.
situation threw a new leader.
Okay. There was one more leader that came up later on.
Yeah, the black dog.
No, the
The
person
black
who
fox.
said lead. No, at the end of the scene, the lady who said, please move. Otherwise, it would have been
Very
a
good,
disaster.
Jaikumar. Very good. See, that is what we need to understand. Okay. We look at Nidhi, you have raised your hand.
Yeah, ma'am, I just wanted to say that apart from everything, it's the gut instinct and calculated risk that finally the leader, the dog who was leading, he saw the avalanche coming and still, he went under it and he timed it and he came out of it. So I think that's very important for a leader. Like you were saying in the beginning also when the session started, that we need more risk-taking ability from chartered accountants, and we as facilitators and trainers should bring that up in them. So I think that's very important. That gut instinct, the risk-taking ability, calculated risk, and then the zeal to go ahead with the decision that you made. I think that's how I interpreted it.
Okay. Now, how many have seen this movie, Call of the Wild? I would recommend watching this movie. Now, the video that I got misses a little part that happens before. These bunch of dogs, when this guy is, this man, he wants to make another dog as a leader because he believes that that dog has been with them for a longer time. So he wants to make that person the leader. But on the previous night, amongst the dogs, there was a fight, and in which this black dog, Haw, his name is, not the black dog, the main dog. Okay, his name is Haw. So he proves that he is a leader and not a boss. So this entire group of dogs have accepted him as a leader. Now, this movie clip is from the Call of the Wild. Yes. Okay. So what happens is when this man is trying to make some other dog the leader, all the dogs have understood that while this dog is not experienced over here, I mean, he has not been with this group for a longer time, but he understands the environment better. Got it? So, in fact, even in the CA book of philosophy, we are telling that it's important that the right people are pushed to the leadership positions. So, there also, the people who push the right people to the leadership positions, they also act as leaders because they are motivating others to push, to give the push to the right people ahead. It's not always okay to lead. Sometimes we need to take a back seat. So getting this dog as the leader, that's where they start. The other dog whom that man is wanting to become as a leader, he just refuses to accept the position. Finally, this man has to give in to Haw. Now, if you notice, Haw, he waits for the man and the lady to take position. Once he ensures that they have taken position, I'll share the clip in the chat box a little later. Once she or if somebody can get it on YouTube, they can put it. Once he ensures that both these guys have taken their position, he takes a look at all the dogs. It's kind of acknowledging that are you all in sync with me. So he has gained their trust. They are all on the same page, and that's when they start. Now, a true leader is somebody who's continuously, after having the team's confidence, a true leader never sleeps. The CA motto song, you should never sleep, right? So the true leader is always aware when the journey starts. Now, the man and the lady, they are happy that they have convinced these dogs to help them. It was basically they were involved in the activity of delivering the mail, okay, from the mountain to down, okay. And first these dogs were refusing to go because the dogs are aware of the risks involved. But when they know that it has to be done, when they know that this man and this lady have to do their job, they want this particular dog, Haw, to take up the job, because they know that Haw understands the surroundings. Now, when the journey starts, Haw is running ahead of the carriage. He is continuously alert. You must have seen, and most of us noticed, the avalanche coming when that man and the lady noticed the avalanche coming. But the dog had noticed it much earlier. The dog had proactively, he was aware. Because if you watch the clip again, because of the paucity of time, I'll try to run the clip, but I'll just describe. When he is going ahead, he sees a bunch of reindeers. Now, reindeers are local animals. These are the people, these are the animals who are aware of the sounds. The reindeers are already aware. So when he is moving ahead, the reindeers are moving on both the sides, left and right. That means he has anticipated that there is danger ahead. So he is just not seeing the danger, but he's seeing the reaction given by the other animals. So he still moves ahead. Now, by the time the lady and the man see the avalanche, he already knows, so that avalanche has not come as a surprise to him. He is already prepared. But while the two humans, they see the avalanche, he sees the mountain wolf. The mountain wolf is kind of a sign. It's considered as a sign of, the mountain wolf is standing exactly on top of that cave. So he knows that if at all there is a place to escape, it is that cave. So while the man is telling him to go to the left, he has already done his calculations. He has not waited to see the avalanche falling. He knows that if he goes to the left, eventually they may have some chance of survival, but the chance of them getting covered by snow is much higher. Am I right? So that's why he has done his calculations. Okay, and he decides against what this man is telling, and he decides to take the cave. Now again, here the pace at which they are going, unless and until he had his team's complete support, he wouldn't have been able to go at that speed. The carriage could have fallen down at any point in time. So all the dogs had to blindly believe in their leader, that while the leader is going, in spite of those sharp ice flakes, right? There were literally ice spikes falling down from that cave. In spite of that, they blindly follow the leader, right? And once they are in that cave, that's when this man and this lady realize that possibly this dog is up to something. So then they kind of align. So initially, you may not get your students to listen to you. It's like the typical sunrise. Sun doesn't rise all of a sudden. First of all, sun doesn't rise and sun doesn't set. We all agree. That itself is a misconception. It is the earth that is rotating and revolving. The sun is at its place. So it is our perception. We need to understand the perception of others. So it will be like slowly, the students will believe you. Do not give up. That is what the dog does. He does not give up. He believes that the man and the lady will listen to him eventually. They will understand. But right now, he doesn't have time to make them understand. He cannot speak their language. So he has to continue at the speed so that his team does not lose confidence in him. Because if he makes a mistake, the team will lose confidence in him. Once they get into the cave, again they do not celebrate. The carriage has not fallen, but they do not celebrate because he's aware that there are very few minutes that he has before even the cave entrance, the other side, gets shut off. So he has to get out of the cave. He has got few minutes more to survive, but he has to get out of the cave. They get out of the cave. Even after getting out of the cave, they don't sit and celebrate, because he's aware that his duty is not just keeping everybody safe. His duty is that the man and the woman deliver the mail successfully. So he continues. At no point in time their carriage should be stuck in the snow, right? They continue, and now when they're coming at that speed, as I think I forgot, yeah, as Mr. Jaikumar had said, that lady who sees the carriage approaching. She knows that the carriage is coming at full speed. They need to make way, right? So keeping the final goal, yes, right, Neeti, keeping the final goal in mind, at the same time understanding the milestones. At the same time, you need to understand that the goal that you begin with, sometimes along the way, the goal that you begin with may change. You have to be aware, you have to be alert of what is happening around you. When they started, they knew that there can be dangers, but they were not exactly aware of the danger that is ahead, right? So you have to keep on being alert. You have to, even when you're taking the session, you have to constantly be aware of each and every student. If we are not aware, if we say that I cannot, in a class of 50, 60, I cannot keep track of all, no, it is not acceptable. The new age ICAI trainer has to come up to speed, because if we have to guide them, we have to rise to that occasion. We have to work towards it. It is not impossible. Yes, it is difficult. It requires efforts. Over a period of time, you will become better at it. You cannot overnight, you cannot reach that level, but work towards it. It is not an impossible task. Learn to try to make an attempt to connect with each and every person. They will listen to you. Do you all agree? Am I making sense?
Absolutely, ma'am. 100%.
Yes, ma'am.
Absolutely.
100%.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah,
So, having said
totally.
that, yes. So, having said that, we will start with the next presentation.
Ma'am, you've raised a very important point, if I may bring out here,
Yes, sure, sure.
yeah, actually, which is very relevant, is that how do you establish your, your chops, so to speak, that you're good at what you do, So I've realized that, unless and until you do it in the first 5 minutes, the class doesn't fall to discipline. It kind of crumbles until, that's been my experience. So I start off with a speech on public speaking. I start off with a speech and then everybody claps, and then they know, okay, he's an expert on this matter. So that is very important, I think, for the faculty to do. Otherwise, you'll keep blabbering on, you'll keep saying something, and somebody will be paying attention, and then you'll not be able to discipline him or her.
Correct.
And so
I
I
think
think that
what
is,
sir is trying to say is that we need to walk the talk, because
Yeah,
somewhere we need to tell them also that, yeah, we are worth it. You got to listen to us. Otherwise, they might take you for granted. I think that's what sir is trying to say.
it's
yeah,
like
they
Yeah,
do take it.
I'll
on
share one
YouTube.
perspective.
Yes, tell me,
Hello.
Anurag.
Yeah, so as rightly pointed out by Rajiv ji, like I'll share my experience also when I start the class, and when 5 to 10 people in the batch already have been following me on LinkedIn and YouTube. And then once I join and they say, sir, we already follow your content since the last 2 years, that really adds a lot of authority to what you are saying. So in case we have been creating content around CA, careers, finance, then the youngsters already see you as a subject matter expert on that. And then on the in the classroom, they, because 5 6 people already know you, 5 to 10 people or like that, the others also tend to follow along that, okay, this guy knows his stuff. And then you have to deliver it like that
Yeah,
accordingly.
that's on
So
you.
I
Yes,
think
yes.
LinkedIn and these kind of social media platforms also are very important to build authority.
Yeah, that and you know what? This generation is very smart. Once one student called me. He said, "Ma'am, can you please tell me briefly about yourself? Tomorrow I have to introduce you to the class." I said, "You know what? It's okay. Let it go. I'll come and introduce you. Just give my name, and that's it. The rest of the thing I'll do it." Okay, I wanted to test him. Believe me, the next day he did do my introduction. He had already checked my LinkedIn bio, and he gave my introduction in the class, and that is what I wanted to see. Got it? So, as Anuragji rightly said, they are very alert, they are very aware that initial establishment of that initial connection, whether it is the way you enter the class, your body language, the way you acknowledge their presence, the way you speak to them. I mean, if I was worried that in an online session, how do I connect? In fact, honestly speaking, that's the reason I attended the lecture yesterday, because I was just trying to understand the class, because taking a class of students and taking because here we are all at the same level, so it is, we are facilitating, right? So it's not that, and I always tell the students that I'm not here as a teacher, I'm not even here as a trainer. I'm here as a facilitator and I'm always learning. There are so many things that I learn from each of my students. My son teaches me so many things. So many. In fact, he has given me some of the biggest lessons on perception, which I generally tell to my class. I so-called so many smart parents. I kept my child away from mobile till he was in first standard. Second standard, suddenly, thanks to COVID, the online education started. We had no option but to give them the mobiles and the laptops. So second standard, they were all scared, worried, and they were attending very cautiously. By third standard, they had matured. They had become smart. So in every sentence, he would come like, "Come on, yeah." This even when he was speaking to me, and my dad, his nana, he was like, he belonged to a generation where kids should not speak that way. So he was like, "No, this is not right." So I thought I'll approach him. I thought I'm the smarter one. I asked him in a nice way that, "Bacha, I'm your mama." You know, instantly the next sentence totally floored me. It floored me on his understanding. He was like, "But don't you say you're my best friend?" So for him, mama and yar, they are connected. Where was he wrong? So this is how, we if we approach that doesn't mean that I did not let him know how he should speak, but we have to understand the younger audience. We have to go to their level. Okay. Having said that, we will start with the topic.
Madam, 1 minute.
Yes, sure.
1 minute.
Yes.
As far as the discipline is concerned, first as a faculty, we have to prove that we are disciplined.
Yes.
I can share my experience. Last 21 years, only once I was late. That too also last minute I was replaced, and the timing was preponed from 11 to 10 o'clock. Otherwise, I have never been late in last 21 years.
Correct. Very true.
And that too last minute a puncture in my car in between. Factually, I was not late, but it was preponed from 11 to 10. So that's what, as a faculty, I believe that we should inculcate.
Yes. Yes. Okay.
I completely agree with sir here. Completely agree with him.
Yeah.
Because if we are not disciplined, I mean, we need, I say it the other way around. We should preach what we practice. And
Exactly. Yes.
if we are not doing that, then it doesn't make any sense. And these children are too clever and too sort of updated, and they can take us apart in a matter of minutes. I mean, with just
Yes.
a couple of lines. So if they don't see that in you or in us, then it's a problem.
Very, very true
I may
statement.
go against. They may damage our brand also in the long run.
Absolutely,
Now,
sir.
very true. Now, how
Ah.
is it that you handle it? The statement that Sheila said that they will tear us apart. The best way to handle it is what I'm trying to show. Is it true? Do you all agree?
Yes.
The only way to handle it is to be original, because we are there. We have to understand that we are there to give them something new. We cannot give them something that they already know from YouTube, that they already know from Google. So we have to be original. Try and understand. If you get information from Google, from YouTube, from whatever channel, they are also having access to it, and they are much more ahead of you. Right? Agreed?
Yes, ma'am.
So being original is very, very important. You have to develop your own originality. What works for Vinita ma'am may not work for Nidhi ma'am, may not work for Vimal sir. Each of us. Not only that, it is we cannot develop our own strategy, our own unique strategy for each batch, for each student at different times. For example, the same students, the same batch, the activity that I may do at the beginning of the batch may be different from what I may do in the middle or at the end of the batch, because their mood changes. So we have to be continuously aware of the environment. Today, if you all are listening to me when you came online, it's because you all were aware that this is an online FDP session. Had we met each other somewhere else, we may not have even acknowledged each other because we do not know each other. It is the environment that has helped us define our relationship. So being aware of that environment is important. Okay. Having said that, be original. So coming to yes, when we are genuine, we can really establish a connection. Because when we keep lying, after some time we lose track. If we are original, that is what we are. So that is it. It is a reflection of our belief. Okay. So that's the reason today's trainer has to understand the concept of experiential learning. Smile and learning their names, right, Vinita? But I have a weakness. I have a weakness with names. I always tell my students, I'll never forget your faces, but please do not tell me that I'm so and so and I was in your so batch. Just send me a photo, that is most important. Because for me, names is a weakness. So telling them proactively prevents any misunderstanding. Knowing your own strengths, knowing your own weaknesses. And you know what? Just your strengths and weaknesses are not the thing. You also need to know the attitude, because it is attitude which helps you do a SWOT analysis differently. If I am uh, if I am somebody like if I can go back to our scriptures, that's one thing I really love. If I am somebody like Duryodhan, who is revengeful, who is arrogant, I would he at the beginning of Bhagavad Gita says, I have an army of people who have never lost a battle. But he forgets it is the same army of people that Arjuna had defeated when they were coming out of exile. So it is the arrogance, it is the revengeful attitude which does not let him see the reality. As against that, a person who is more empathetic, like Arjun, is can see the reality, but that gives him an emotional weakness. So in today's world, bolte hain na ki the person who wants to take the right path is always the person who is more confused in life. The person who wants to follow the wrong path doesn't have many questions. Duryodhan did not have any confusion in his mind. It was Arjun who had confusion in his mind. So if we have to connect to our students, if we have to make them better students, then we have to start questioning our own way of teaching, our own way of approaching this role. We have to work on improving our own self. Only then we can expect the improvement in them. They are much more smarter. They will not listen to what you say, but they will follow what they see. If they see you living what you preach, they will follow you. They will follow you blindly. But let them see you practicing what you preach. And that is the core of experiential learning. Do you all agree? Yes, they learn by examples.
Absolutely, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
If you feel at any point in time you need to stop me, please stop me. Because I'm struggling with two screens, I may not see the messages. Please stop me. This was again a remembrance of the cartoon world. How many remember? How many remember the song? Anybody wants to sing the song?
Pinchan.
Yeah. How many would want to sing the song? You all need help with the lyrics. Here are the lyrics. Feel free. Feel free. Come on. No, I say I will not mind. Come on. Hey, why are you shy? Speak up. निधि आपके चेहरे पे हंसी है. Speak up.
Actually, ma'am, Popeye was my favorite, and Shinchan I used to watch, but I don't remember this song.
That's why I have the lyrics. Who else remembers the song? Somebody
Ma'am,
said
you're
all.
going to sing it. You're going to sing it for us.
I'm gonna sing it. Okay. पागल वो पागल कर दे जहाँ. I am not a good singer. Somebody
No,
else.
ma'am, you sound fine. Please go ahead.
पागल कर दे जहाँ. नहीं, I'm not at all. I'm a horrible singer. I'll spoil the memories that you have of Shinchan. But what I'm trying
No,
to
ma'am.
say, yes, somebody's trying to attempt to sing. Okay. What I'm trying to say over here is the same thing that I brought out in the beginning of the lecture. That uh, when you are giving a lecture, when you are teaching the students, the focus should be on what the students will remember after they go away. Like I always tell the students, when you go for an interview, remember the decision is never taken, or any negotiation for matter. How many times the decision is taken there at the negotiation table? How many times a client takes the decision there and there itself? The decision is taken much later, right? Do you all agree? The decision is taken on what basis? Let's take the case of an interview. How does the interviewer decide after interviewing 100 or whatever number of candidates? How the interviewer decides on or zooms in on the one candidate that he or she wants? What basis? What is the basis?
Ma'am, it's basically the USP of the client, of the interview, I guess.
Prakash ji has perfectly nailed it. It is not, a lot of times people tend to say the resume. It is never the resume. It is what memory you have left in the mind of the interviewer, the takeaway. Your focus should always be on the takeaway. And believe me, you have to nail, like for example, some of you have said that sometimes in the class there are some troublemakers. When I walk into the class, I quickly, first of all, identify who are the troublemakers. I tell them point blank that the introduction that you give to me is just a formality. Each of you right now is telling me a story. I tell them point blank. So that itself puts them on the back foot. I identify who are the troublemakers and I get them involved in my work. So I give, because troublemakers, why are people troublemakers? They want attention. So give them attention, right? If you give them attention, automatically you will get the attention of the rest. And you will increase the takeaway. Try to understand what is it that you want people to remember. The best lessons that we can get are from those babas. You know, uh, Again, I'm not getting into any religious anything, but it is just, there are certain lessons. If you see those babas, they're addressing a crowd of, I really admire, appreciate how they address that crowd of thousands and lakhs of people. And then they'll say, people who do not understand Hindi, I'll try to translate later. So they'll say, वो उधर कोने में एक दुखियारी है, right or wrong? People who do not understand Hindi, it is like they'll say, in that corner there's that lady who is going through a lot of trouble. It is not magic. It is something they have done their due diligence. They have used their followers to go around the crowd. They have identified the people so that they can address those people. And when they show this, automatically the rest of the crowd, oh wow, he or she is understanding us. That is how build some level of connect. The base of experiential learning starts with that. Understand, quickly evaluate your crowd. Okay. What do you see over here? Yes, reading volume. What is it that you see?
Is the road less taken?
Okay. Anybody
Where
else?
you were, where you're going.
What
Very
you
good.
want and what you get.
Very good. Very good. Very good. So what you wish is very rarely what you get, or what you were is very rarely where you're going, right?
What
Where
you
you
get?
were, yes.
What you get?
Yeah. So as facilitators, as trainers, we want our students, ideal students, to be a particular way, but they'll never be that way. Each of them have their own priorities. So we have to, yes, what you want, what you get. It's always in opposite direction most of the time. Okay. So if we accept this fact, right, we will never have complaints in life. Now, this is again my philosophy of life. And the day I have realized this philosophy of my life, I've become a much happier person. Much happier. I tell this to everybody. I tell this to students. I am telling to you all also. Uh, Everybody, who doesn't want a peaceful life? Who doesn't want a comfortable life, right? Who doesn't want a life where all their wishes are fulfilled, right?
Ma'am, can
Alia?
I thing here?
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. Ma'am, so I was just reading up Morgan Housel's book on psychology of money, and he brought up a very important point. He said that, as advisors, we can't advise people really what to do with their money because really, I don't know what you want. Like you say, I don't know when you want it. I don't know why you want it because people generally don't really tell them real motives. But so he kind of says that, but there are certain golden rules to go by, so you can tell them the golden rules and then they can apply those golden rules as much as possible. So I think the context I was just doing is that you were saying, is what you want and what you get basically. Sometimes you don't want to apply those real rules. So really, what he said was one of the principles he said was that somebody would like to go to sleep only after a big dopamine hit. That is, do a risky trade, then that will give him a good sleep. So somebody would like to play with index funds and just take a nice nap. I mean, not really, not very exciting. So each to his taste. So that was my point.
Yes,
Thanks.
yes. So something, if you notice, after the bio break, I started with a video.
Yes.
So why did I start with the video?
To get attention.
Yes. And I said I'm going to ask questions after the video. So because of that, I noticed most of the people were paying attention to the video. Besides the fact that the video itself was damn interesting, right? So as a speaker, I need to get that attention. That's what I got, right? So it is your responsibility. If you wish them to listen to you, you have to work towards getting their attention. They will not give you their attention. It is your responsibility as a speaker. Observe the body language. Observe what they are speaking, how they are speaking, how even like sometimes you may in one location, like I've seen certain locations have multiple batches. So while I'm conducting a session in one batch, I'm also aware of the other batches going on because I know if I'm going to have a session in the other batch, I proactively start understanding the crowd. When I talk to the faculty, I also get feedback about that batch. So I'm prepared for the audience. Be proactive enough to do this so you can plan your strategy accordingly. Okay. So then you will have a better connect between what you wish and what you get. Trainer versus trainee. Okay. Now,
Sorry,
experiences.
please recap what you exactly meant by what you want and what were you trying to convey? Sorry, because I was speaking, I think I didn't get the message. I lost it.
What
Sorry.
I am trying to say over here is that very often you want a set of trainees who are absolutely paying attention to you, right? That is the ideal situation. Agree?
Right.
But let's say my session is post lunch. It is not their fault or it is not my fault that they are yawning, they are sleepy, they may have come after a days of work, right? It is not
Okay.
in their control. So, but
I
it is not their responsibility to, though they want to pay attention, but it is the food that is not letting them pay the attention. So वहां पे
right.
उनका fault नहीं है. Observe their body language. Try to immediately. I am. If don't just. There are people who tend to keep on talking. The talk button is pushed on and it is never switched off. It is not about what we want to speak. It is about what people listen, what people understand, right? That is what is important. Yeah. Okay. Did you get it, Rajiv ji?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Ma'am, I'd like to add one thing if you give me permission over here.
Sure, sure.
Yeah, I'm just reversing this whole thing, like you said, that, how to get the attention of the trainees as a trainer. So sometimes when we are doing these, giving them these presentation sessions, we also tell them that if you are giving a presentation and out of 50 people, five of them are, yawning or looking at their watches or looking at the door, it means that if you look at them and you start getting distracted and demoralized. You get my point? And so we
Yes.
need to ignore all these people. But
No,
then,
don't ignore
You
them.
know,
no, ma'am,
with
I'm
your
coming to
pointed
the point. I'm coming to the point. One second. And alternatively, if in a group of 50, 45 are getting distracted and only 5 are listening, then you know that you need to reverse your tactics and get their attention completely. I'm talking about audience management, picking up your point from there, like what
Yes.
you're saying.
Correct.
So,
You
Correct.
know, ma'am, with the consolation, just one second. You know, I have a very good principle. You know, what I say to myself, it's all about self-talk. It's all about self-talk. You know, when man poses, God disposes. I have a plan for the class, but then the moment I enter, I find those young guys, who tries to create a problem in the class. So that is when God has prepared something for something else. His books of accounts are something different. Then there is a word called creativity which comes into play. I keep practicing a lot of things to get their attention, and many a times, let me tell you, looking into them, as you rightly said, looking into them, and they're trying to test the faculty's experience, then giving the faculties the entire profile. I have tried everything. Trust me, ma'am. Trust me, ma'am.
Yes.
When you look at their eyes, the moment you see that these people yawning or looking at their watch and then gossiping with the fellow colleague right beside them, then it's not pulling them up.
Okay.
It is
Yes.
asking a
Yes.
question to them. Asking a question to them, that helps. That
Yes.
question,
Yes.
it helps.
In fact,
Yes.
engaging those children who are getting distracted by something, I immediately, instead of shouting at them, I immediately get them to be engaged in some kind of questioning or some kind of activity, or the students who are besides them. So it automatically, it kind of breaks the chain of private communication that they may be having. There are many such techniques. These are just one of the things. Okay. Okay. Let's proceed with the slides. So, the core of experiential learning, there are four things. One is experiencing. This is something that cannot be replaced. This is something that senior faculty, senior facilitators, senior trainers would have an advantage. You cannot, if when I get people, when I conduct these counseling sessions for my students, there are some people who come and say, "Ma'am, I want to be a counselor. I want to be a psychologist." So they feel that it can be taught from the book. There is never a book for everything. There are many books, but it's not one book which teaches you. The best book which teaches you everything is life. So unless until you experience, unless until you feel what is going on in their mind, for that you have to have empathy. You have to be understanding from their point of view. Students are not always lazy. Students are not always wrong. Students are not always not prepared to listen. We have to understand from their perspective. We should not burden them with giving them the same facts that they already know from social media. We should not force them to listen to something that they have already learned in their school and colleges. What is the value addition that I am bringing when I'm there as a speaker? If I'm not bringing any value addition, then I do not need to be in that place. I am not doing my job. So simply experience what the child is thinking, what the child is going through. then you will understand. If you do not want to listen to something boring, then how can you expect others to listen to something boring? So that is what experiential learning, experiencing in experiential learning is all about. As I have a sister who is 13 years younger to me. So I always thought that I was almost like her mother. So I always thought that because I've handled my sister, I can be a very good mom. And I used to wonder when people would say that when you become a mom, then you will understand. So I was like, okay, I know how to handle kids, right? But only after this chap came in my life, I realized what is experiencing all about. He made me look at everything again. He made me relearn, unlearn, and relearn everything. So unless until, I mean, moms would be able to correlate what I'm trying to say, right? Unless until you experience something, there is nothing that can replace experience, and that too concrete experience. Learning begins when a learner uses senses and perceptions to engage in what is happening now. A good psychologist, there are people, I know a lot of psychologists who use a lot of psychometric tests. I personally never use a psychometric test because psychometric tests honestly are not meant for the Indian audience. Indians have a very unique skill, jugaad, right? So we are very good at breaking the psychometric test. Psychometric test was mainly designed for the Western population. As for me, what is most important if I'm trying to understand a person, I always say is there are two things out of which one thing you cannot change in the present, one thing only smart people may be able to change. That is your body language, for example. Okay, body language is unless until you're really expert, you may not be able to modify the body language. For example, right now, if I have to look at each person, I know Anita ma'am is listening to me, but at the same time, she is exhausted. I can understand. Nandita ma'am is listening to me. I have her total attention. Tenzing sir is listening to me, but at the same time, uh, I am not sure whether he's getting distracted because the light effect. Kamakshi ma'am is doing something along with listening to my lecture. Am I right, Kamakshi ma'am?
I'm making a note of this concrete experience.
The reason I said is because I have learned lessons from my son. Whenever he is trying to hide something, his face will either be expressionless or he'll hide his face. So I could see Kamakshi ma'am only the top part of her forehead visible. So that's why. So she was definitely doing something else. That is, she was writing. Got it? So this is how you use. See, I always tell people, experience doesn't begin from the time you have started working. Come on, experience begins from the time you have come to this world. All those years, it is experience. So use each experience, use your senses, your perceptions to engage the audience in what is happening now, understand their body language, try to connect with them. The Even if they modify their body language, the one thing that they can never change is their body structure in the present. Am I right? We cannot change. Okay, over a period of time we may change ourselves, we may change our hairstyle, we may put some makeup, we may put up some get up, we may slim down, we may become fat, whatever. There are certain things, for example, I cannot change my height, I cannot change my skin color a lot, but there are certain things I can, right? So use each sense, each perception. Trust me, it will help you connect with the audience. Reflecting. Once you see something, analyze, right? When I saw the movie, The Call of the Wild, when I saw Three Idiots, my son hates me for this. But whenever we are watching something, suddenly I correlate with some teaching that I want to give it to him, and then I'll say, see, this is this. So he's like, Mama, why can't you watch a movie calmly with me? But you know what? Because I love to keep on reflecting, even if I'm reading a book. When I was teaching business and management lessons from Bhagavad Gita, my challenge was I'm teaching youngsters, the first year BCom students. They are not the ones, and they were across religions. I had to drive it to them that I'm not teaching them Bhagavad Gita slokas. I'm not teaching them Bhagavad Gita is not a religious book. I am trying to give them examples about business, about management. So I had to connect it with the current situation. So for that, I had to first analyze myself. I had to do the reflection, right? I had to read, I had to understand. I read at least five different versions of Bhagavad Gita, and even now, it's hardly 1% that I have understood. There is every time I come up with there is something new that I learn. So that is what you have to. It's the this process of experiencing, learning. It is a continuous process. It doesn't stop every moment. Today what I have experienced from this batch, I will use it in somewhere else. So while I'm experiencing, I'm also reflecting. Like for example, when I spoke about ma'am, her attention was somewhere else. She said, no, I'm writing, I'm taking notes. So now I know that this is also a possibility, right? So this is how you have to keep on reflecting, you have to keep on experiencing, you have to enjoy every moment. That is what is reflective observation. After the experience, a learner reflects on what happened. If you take down notes later on, I always tell even my college students that what I'm saying in the class, okay, because I'm giving you all a lot of examples. You will not get these examples in the book. Later on for exam, if you're simply trying to study from the book, you'll find it difficult. But if you'll make notes, if you'll write those examples later on, and if you try to read it either by the end of the day or by the end of the week, you will be able to connect. So then for you, understanding the subject will become easier. You're not reading it only from the perspective of exam. So this is what after the your reflection should, as a trainer, your reflection should be about that. Okay, how is it? How do I communicate this point to the trainees? How? Uh, because that is the biggest challenge for us. We have to literally probe into. We have to get into their mind. We have to understand their mindset. We have to respect them, right? Only then we can try to come up with a manner in which we can connect our feelings with this audience. Then comes thinking. I've reflected, okay? I've experienced, I've reflected. Now I'm trying to come up with a plan to go ahead. Yesterday, when I was planning for the session, I was trying to think how can I address an online audience of faculties who are learned enough, faculties who are experienced enough. Just because I have been chosen, that doesn't mean that I have all the experience and they do not. Each of us are on the same side. It's just that each of us cannot speak, right? So I was trying to see how do I come up with something different, something new. So that's when I use these videos to connect. I use the ICAI motto song because an ICAI motto song is a perfect reflection of what ICAI wants from the chartered accountants, and we as trainers who are training the chartered accountants to be that professional, to be that global professional today. Then we have to be the global trainers. Adukya sir always says that he wants trainers who are global speakers. Why is it that our students would love to be here with us if they find that knowledge here? What is it that we do not have that the international speakers have? We have. There was a time we need to understand that we live in a country like India, the same India which controlled 32% of the world's GDP at one point in time. Even US at its peak was not controlling more than 20% of the GDP. We need to understand that it is only India who has been called Sone ki Chidiya. It was not because India had a lot of mining. It was not because the women in India love gold. It is because we genuinely have a lot of gold, not in terms of gold reserves. We do have a lot of gold. And that's because in the olden times, the trade used to happen in gold. That means just imagine how many resources India had to offer to the world. So this is the India that we belong to. See, this is how we need to reflect, we need to think, we need to communicate, because it is we are building the future generation. This is what we reflect, what we think. We need to express it to them. We need to draw them. Every factor in this country needs to draw them. What's the use of training these students if they will leave the country? The brain drain is not going to help this country, and they chartered accountants are the best professionals that can really make India achieve its dream. So we need to bring in this mindset. We need to understand. We need to take it personally. We need to think from their perspective.
Ma'am, can I just, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can I just have 30 seconds here? Ma'am,
Yes.
the point I just want to make is that, the problem that, like you said, reflection. Now, reflection can be enhanced when we actually get feedback. There's a feedback form that the student fills with 33 columns. One of them is, do you think this faculty can be a leader? And I've had a look at my forms, when I was able to, and post that, politics and all thing comes into play, so they don't actually share you. You can ask as much as you possible, they will not share your feedback with you. The thing is that unless and until we actually get feedback from the students, I don't know if the others are able to, but at least I haven't been able to.
Have you tried to go to the ICAI website? It's a recent edition. You can see the feedback
Okay,
where
so
you kind of give the feedback to the institute as a trainer. You give, right?
no, and that is as a trainer you give, but the students also give
No,
feedback on.
hold on. We give it, right? On the
Yeah.
same screen, they have added a place where you can see the feedback now. It's a very recent addition.
Oh, okay. Thank God. Thank you for letting me know that.
So the
Can
institute
I share
knows.
something, madam?
Yes, sure.
First of all, the difference between technical subjects and soft skills. This cannot be compared. It is like orange and apple. How many students are really aware of this? The faculty, thus, who has spent the 30 years, 25 years in advertisement and communication field, or in marketing, or in core L&D profession, how they can be compared with a core chartered accountant who is coming from a practice and who is teaching the, let us say, financial analysis or firm comparison, the delivery mechanism, the content, the objective of faculty, the age, the timing factor, all comes into the picture, which students.
Hello? Hello? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, audible, audible.
I think we were not able to hear. Who was speaking just now?
I think Bimal sir was speaking.
Yes.
Bimal sir
Mr.
was
Bimal was speaking.
Okay. So I think fine. So I'm sorry for this slide. There's some typing error, but yes. Okay, Dhirendra Kumar has raised his hand.
Madam, the online, I just want to point out the online feedback which is available on ICICI website. It is not qualitative. There are just 4 columns, which makes no sense for the faculty to go through it. And if you see the scores which are given for all 4 columns, if you just closely analyze it, it is same for all the 4 columns, and there is no qualitative scope of improvement looking on the feedback which is currently available on online portal.
Okay. Let's say it is a step going forward. From nothing, we have come to this.
Yes, ma'am, and so important, ma'am. Actually, very, very important, because I've been able to see some of my feedbacks, and there was like a day that actually I got 100% feedback also, and I was surprised. I said that same thing, that reflective. I wish I had maintained a diary. What did I do that day? I should repeat that. That is the exact thing where there the things will tie up.
Yes. So it's a step going in the right direction, right? Okay.
Yeah,
So
that's what I tell all my students. The day everybody gets educated with how your thoughts are being manipulated, by the media or whatever, you're able to like shift the chaff from the wheat from the chaff, and you're able to look at the objectivity of the facts. That's when you'll be able to make a good decision, and that's, I think, one of the aspects of our training that we should focus on.
Correct, correct. Okay. I still have to share the new OC and MCS syllabus and the expectations of from you as faculty. So I will have to rush a little. Okay. So yes, after experiencing, after reflecting, after thinking, finally comes the acting part. What's the use if we cannot act, right? So acting is where the actual actions. I don't know why my slides somewhere. I think the space has got messed up. So the learner tests the theory and applies what was learned to get feedback and create the next experience. Each of us, whatever, like for example, this is a lesson learned for me, that though when I made the slides they were perfect, but somewhere some enter key somewhere has got pressed, and it's become an embarrassment for me. So this is a lesson learned for me. Is next time I'll see to it that I'll go through all the slides again once more time, right? So this is how we keep on building from our experience, right? And we act. I always say that there is we are always acting. We are, even when we are reacting, we are acting. Even when we decide to not do something, we are acting. Like for example, by choosing to not take a decision, or by choosing to not do anything, I am taking that action of not doing anything, right? So acting is something that is continuous. Again, I repeat, it is not about what I want to communicate. It is always about what you want to hear. It's not very clear over here, but the words have got hidden, but it is all about what you want to hear. Okay, there is
Sorry, what is it, ma'am?
Yes.
What you want to? What is the last thing?
One minute. I'll show you the slide. I'll show you this.
What you want to hear?
No, wait, I'll show you the slide. Wait. Can you see this? What you about? It's sorry, not even what you want to hear. What you understand. It's important for me that my student understands what I'm trying to communicate. I'll reduce the font rate. Can you see? Can you all see?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, yes.
Yes, ma'am,
So
we can see.
Yes.
what do we understand?
Ma'am, in this, the dress also plays a very important part. I don't know
Very
if we
true. Very
noticed.
true.
If I go in a formal suit and then I do activities, play activities, at the end of the class they say we thought initially a very grumpy guy is here and this and that and be boring. But by the end of the class, it's like, I mean, actually the class was totally different from my expectations. So I think the dress, because if you're too formal also, which the institute has, that kind of gives a different message at times.
Yeah, but you know what? Here I have a very interesting thing to share from my experience. I was in IT, 10 years in IT industry. When I was going to US for the first time, we were told that be very careful with what you're dressing. I mean, don't go in the Indian dresses. Obviously, they not in the ghagra choli and all. But I have worked with certain clients. I was working for different projects. One of them was Hilton Hotels in Beverly Hills, and one of them I was at Marriott corporate headquarters for almost 3 years. I was also at the same hospital that Amber Heard has yet not given her donation, Children's Hospital, Los Angeles. But coming back to Marriott corporate headquarters, I was known as the Indian who used to wear Indian outfits. Okay, I didn't flaunt Indian outfits the Indian way. Okay, I was respectful of their culture. I had westernized it. So it is how you carry that is also important, right?
Yeah, that's true, man.
That
But
is
but but
most
I just
important.
add a point here that in the deep heat we insist on them to wear ties. I think that is something we need to do away with. Because
No, that is, see, there is a thought process behind it. There's a thought process. Those 15 days that the guys are coming. See, many of the children, they are experiencing dressing for the first time. See, today at my stage, I can be comfortable and I can confidently carry whatever outfit, but they are yet to reach that level of confidence. So like for example, today if you feel me, I'm very communicative, then that is because I have gone through the stage of being absolutely introvert to an absolute extrovert, and then coming and balancing it. So unless until they understand what is formal dressing, the various formal dressing aspects, right? You cannot let them decide. Right now, it is a process where you have to teach them.
कोई बात नहीं आप लोग
Prakash ji, who's it? Okay. Am I making sense, Shilpa? Am I making sense?
Ma'am, can I add one point over here?
Yes, sure, sure.
I'm seeing that even in the feedback we see that there's one column these days, the new feedback that we're seeing of the students, that whether the faculty was formally dressed or not, or something like that is there also. So that has come as a column. So I think I think we can understand how much importance ICI is giving to the dress part at the
Yes,
moment.
it's very important. It's very important. I cannot go in flats. I mean, I cannot go in slippers or something. I have to wear my outfits have to reach a particular standard.
Ma'am,
Right?
actually, I totally agree, ma'am. I'm because I say like I go formal, so I'm not saying I'm defying the rules, but I'm just saying sometimes the ACs are not working, and they're not effective. That's a big problem.
शिल्पा जी आप बार बार अनम्यूट पे ओके यस या टेल मी यस राजू जी
Dressing
करेक्ट
is actually very important. Even when I go for my classes, I ensure that I wear a sari.
यस
I ensure
सारी
that.
सारी really is very good for Indians. I love
Yeah.
saris.
I really love it, and this is one occasion where I get the opportunity to wear more saris
Yeah,
every time.
I remember I was walking in Marriott corridors. I mean, in the passage at one point in time, and I had worn this uh, kind of parallels with a kurta, and I had a dupatta, long flowing dupatta. So those Americans were wondering how is she carrying it, and she's so comfortable with it. I was enjoying it. It was not that I was flaunting it, but it is, yes, I was comfortable in it. So as long as it is elegant, it is respectful. That is what is important.
Can I say
And
something,
sari
ma'am?
commands
Yes,
respect.
yes.
Like when you are in such a dressing, even students take you seriously.
Correct, correct. Yes,
And
Nidhi.
that's important because they are of like 10 years younger to us, 10 or 15 years. But they're of our same height and personality.
Yes,
And
yes,
they are into casuals. And if we are also start wearing casuals, how will there be a demarcation?
yes.
Ma'am, I just wanted to say I agree with what Valia said. I think what he was trying to say is that when men put on these thick coats and ties and all, it must be getting a little suffocating. So I think maybe one can go for a linen suit or something or do away with the tie. I mean, at the Indore branch, I don't see everyone in suits and ties as such. So I
Nidhi,
think a nice formal shirt with trousers is good enough. I don't know.
Nidhi, I know
Ours
this
is a
is the
tropical
common
country.
dressing for guys, but I'll tell you what,
You
in
can go
BKC
without
branch,
ties.
it is a rule for the girls. If the girls are wearing shirt, they cannot just have a shirt. They have to wear a blazer on it. It's mandatory, and those girls look awesome.
Yeah, of
Awesome.
course. I mean, but here nobody wears skirts. I mean, they all come in trousers, shirts, or in
Yes,
suits. I mean, the girls don't wear skirts in our branch as such.
yes.
So,
Thank you, ma'am. I got some support from Indore, but I was looking for support from Calcutta because Calcutta, even in December, you have the fans running there. So I don't know how their ACs work and all that stuff. Maybe Mr. Bak.
Valia sir, I have been to Calcutta many years ago. I was in pharma industry, pharmaceutical marketing, brand management. So we had to travel to different places because of it. I've got to travel a lot of parts in India, and this was way back in 95, 96. I'm talking. I was traveling with a medical representative, and तभी के time पे even the person who is riding along has to wear that helmet. Oh my God, वो इतनी वो heat, ऊपर से हमारी सारी जो
That's still the case, ma'am.
That
That is still the case.
That's still the case.
That rule is still in
Still
place.
there.
Yes.
And Kolkata is very humid. Kolkata is still more humid. You know,
I
to
have.
stay, and we sometimes find it extremely difficult.
Yes.
You know, in spite of two ACs running above the head, but still the entire class is heated. You know, and yes, we sometimes yes.
एंड
With 50
वो
students, you
सिचुएशन
know,
में ओके वो सिचुएशन में हमें क्लास चलाना है तो while everybody is excited to talk about it, I have to also ensure that we complete the topics. So let's move to the next slide. So it's all about how there is a relationship, that is how we understand the relationship between experience and education, and how we include that in the way we educate people. As trainers, this is what we need to understand. I hear, I forget, I see, I remember, I do, I understand. Make them do it. They will do it if they see you doing it. Lead by experience, okay? Lead by practice. Tell me and I remember. Teach me and I remember. Involve me and I will learn. Sorry, tell me and I forget. Teach me and I remember. Involve me and I learn. Agreed? Nothing new. Most of you all will be knowing this. So various activities that you can have, simulations, you can have role plays, games, case studies, corporate philanthropy, whatever. I mean, there are different activities. I think you all are smart enough to know all this. Okay. Now, we are done with this presentation. Before any questions, I can allow one or two questions, that's it. Any questions before we move to the next thing? Okay.
Sandhya madam,
Yes. Yes.
hello.
Yes, tell me.
Sandhya ji, one thing during the course of the day, you were talking about one language, probably English, making them global citizens and all that, which is fine. In a place like, I just wanted to put forth my point, where in a place like Hyderabad, we get a lot of people from border states, from Karnataka and other places as well. Some people don't get seat, others other way outside, they come to Hyderabad. So people, especially from upcountry location, even within Hyderabad or rather within Telangana region, people who have studied in vernacular language, they come from upcountry, wherein till 10th they have studied only in vernacular language. So what I normally do is at the beginning of the session, I tell them very clearly what are the languages I know, like Telugu, Tamil, Kannada, and Malayalam. Of course, Hindi and English. But they can talk in any language which they are comfortable in, especially the upcountry location. But my inputs had always been in English. Having said that, the lingo in Hyderabad is little different. Here we speak English with Hindi. It is not pure Hindi like what North Indians do. It is like Hyderabadi Hindi, Nizam Hindi.
I know, Jaykumar sir. I've lived there for 18 months. No, for 2.5 years.
So what I'm coming to point out is at times we need to switch between these things to drive the point.
Yes.
So speaking English, yes, making them global citizen, all that is far-fetched. When he is not able to understand what I'm saying in English, what is the point in talking in English?
Connect, yes, that's true. Connect and then try to I'm not saying simply accept. In fact, I am saying be assertive, value your culture, value your traditions, and at the same time be open so that you do not limit your opportunities. In fact, I am the person who always says that do not limit your opportunities. Where required, be local; where required, be global, right?
Very true.
Eventually it is you need to connect. Okay, so now quickly I'll just, because I need to share with you all the new OC MCS, what to say, uh, syllabus, and at the same time what are the expectations from the faculty, the future faculty. So I have to ensure that, okay,
Ma'am, I'd just like to interject to 10 seconds, ma'am. Ma'am, I hope somebody from the Board of Studies is also listening in, and they at the end do tell us that they've taken note of the suggestions, that have come up. I hope that is there.
Okay.
We are noting, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Why I'm not able to share the screen?
To Board of Studies executives, a couple of months back, I have edited 5 to 7 topics. I do not know whether the new training volumes have come or no. 7, 8 months back. It was already prepared by some HR consultant or something like that. I have got edited 5 to 7 materials with expert inputs. So are we going to get a new training modules or no in the time to come, madam? For the betterment of all.
You will get it. One second. I'm not able to. I'm trying to share the documents. I'm not able to get that. Rita ma'am, I'm not able to share the documents. Ma'am, are you listening?
Ma'am, through files, you go down in chat. Below file will be there. You click there and then go to your laptop or desktop and select the files.
No, I have the files open.
You have to close the file. You have to close the file and
I have to close the file.
or you want to display to us.
Yeah, I want to display it to you all. So I'm
Then
trying to.
you can do it in share screen.
Okay, you know what I'll do? I'll just share my whole entire screen.
She's not admin. I think for that you need admin rights. I
Yeah,
probably.
or somebody.
Can
The
Somebody
organizers have to allow.
No, no, she is, ma'am is co-host. You can do it, ma'am. It is enabled for you.
I'm trying to share पर नहीं हो रहा है. 3 बार किया मैं.
Ayaz, please देखिए.
Or share in WhatsApp group.
Sandhya ma'am, you will not be able to share it because you are not the host.
Yes, it says
So-
only the host can this meeting.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
No, she is co-host. She can.
It's only by the host, so you'll have to ask them to share your file.
So who should I send it to?
No, ma'am is co-host. She can share.
नहीं यार उसमें only the host can share in this meeting. अगर आप share
No, I tried sharing the file, but it's saying only host can share. So probably that applies to her also.
Okay, Ashima. Thank you.
Ayaz?
I think Dr. Deepak Chandra sir is also listening
Screen
in.
share enable कीजिए.
Yeah, I need to share OC MCS का schedule and I need to share faculty. नहीं कर पा रही हूँ. मेरे documents open है. I can see the Excel
Try to
document.
share it in WhatsApp group, ma'am. Most of us are there.
Which WhatsApp group? I'm not a part of that WhatsApp group.
Yesterday only we got a link for virtual OC MCS class.
Ma'am,
WhatsApp group.
एक मिनट Ayaz की बात सुन लीजिए. Ayaz is helping you. Support, he is helping you.
I'm sharing the entire screen. Okay. Okay. Yes. Can you all see? Okay. One second. Let me. Okay. I'm opening the file now. Can you all? Oh. Okay. Fine.
It is visible.
Okay. So this is the what the thought process. Everybody is aware of the new OC and MCS that now people who are doing their for OC the students cannot get into articleship till they complete OC. Everybody is aware.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and MCS again only after completing their articleship they'll be getting into MCS. So you are getting them as students completely. So the thought process that behind designing the new schedule for OC MCS, the syllabus is that at the OC level you are preparing for them for the CA world. The focus should be on how to make them chartered accountants as soon as possible, how they clear their exams, how they become positive minded, how they are charged up to study, and the focus on
Ma'am,
MCS.
your volume has gone down. Can you put
Am
your
I
mic up maybe?
now? 1 minute. Now, am I audible?
Yeah.
Ma'am, better.
Okay. Okay. So the focus on MCS is that we make them good future leaders. Okay. So if we look at OC, first, of course, introduction overview to ICI. Now, here, one thought process that is very, very important is that every faculty should know about ICAI. Every faculty should be aware of the motto song with a meaning. So unless until we show our awareness, we believe in the ICAI motto, we will not be able to communicate that thought process to the students. Okay, so we need to be aware of the CA course. We need to be aware of everything. We need to be aware of what are the subjects. For example, how many of you are aware of the new changed syllabus of ICAI? Other
New
than
change syllabus of ICI, yes, we are updated.
the self-paced study subjects.
70 marks paper and 30
But
marks of
Meenakshi, ma'am,
online
you're
module,
a CA.
part
You're
A,
a
part B
CA.
subject.
No, you're a CA. I'm talking about non-CA as well.
Okay, ma'am.
We
Okay.
are training chartered accountant students, and we need to be aware, right? We have to speak their language. We should be able to, if we are looking at them, we are approaching them as mentors. For us to gain confidence, their confidence, we need to understand them completely. Okay. So then visualizing the future article, basically uh, make different areas of articles, different areas of services. Then again, attitudes. These are the days. Okay, day one is about introduction to ICI. Day two is about making the article see the future. Then day three is about attitude, values, ethics, time management. Okay. Uh, in that you have SWOT analysis, time management, using concepts like, so different concepts. Do a lot of reading. Try to, be more in depth in whatever knowledge you are communicating to them. Something like do a lot of reading. 80-20 principle, creative procrastination, effective time management. Don't do a superficial job. The more you read, the more you will have content to share. Self-analysis, planning and prioritization, goal setting and accountability. So you have EQ, SQ, IQ, MQ, mind and its control, goal setting. So then introduction to effective communication, listening, conversational and interpersonal skills. Here, effective communication in today's world is much more different, much more elaborate. There are various channels of communication. Today, the youngsters are aware. It is not just effective communication is not just letter writing. It is not just email writing. It's much beyond that. For example, I always tell the students that even before you get into the interview chamber, if I know your phone number, I know a lot about you. I ask them how many of you have Googled yourself. I ask you how many of you have posted the status update today. So everything that you are putting on the social media, that is also a communication. Like for example, right now, each one of you in this session, all of you people who are having their videos on, they are communicating a message. People who are having their videos off, they are communicating a message. So each of this is communication. Communication is not just writing. Okay, so understanding what is effective communication, understanding what is listening, what is conversation. So this is what the OC students will have. Stress management now. Okay, here I'm sorry, there was a change. Okay, 1 minute. I'm sorry for that. Oh.
Ma'am, can I just speak for 30 seconds, ma'am?
Yes, sure, go ahead.
Ma'am, I just want to bring to this point that, you know, that even though all this is good, but I just want to highlight a point that not necessarily with me, but I'm sure there are faculties who are not able to get classes when a certain elections take place and whatever. So my point is, ma'am, board of studies should have an SOP. So even if somebody comes, the allocation should be with board of studies, not with the local chamber, because at times, like for last 2 years, I have not got one class from Delhi, and there's no explanation to it. And I'm not complaining about myself necessarily. It's okay. I have other avenues. But the point is that, that if Board of Studies is held hostage by somebody who has 1,500 votes, then, we are like 5 lakh faculties, 5 lakh members, and 1,500 people who have voted for one guy. He comes in and that person just.
Sir, this is actually, yeah,
So,
I
so I
understand what
think
you're
I think the board of studies should address this issue so that there is no injustice that should be done to any one faculty, or the reason should be given to him that this is the reason why
No,
we are.
sir. This is not. I mean, this is not the forum where this can be
Okay,
discussed. To
okay,
understand.
okay, okay, ma'am. Sorry.
You understand, right? So you can write it directly to the board of studies. Definitely.
I have already done that process. Nobody's replying. I've already done that.
Okay. Now this is where Aditya sir's principal. So we are all soft skills trainers. We have to find our way.
Absolutely, man. The obstacle is the way.
Yeah, that's you understand, right? Okay, I'm just opening the file. I was sharing the wrong versions. Okay.
Ma'am, are you offline now? You are there, but you are not audible, ma'am. Sandhya,
No,
ma'am.
she is on mute.
She is. She needs to unmute herself.
Okay.
Because she is saying something, but it's not audible to us. Okay.
Looks like she has a
Now,
technical problem.
a
Yeah.
moment. Am I audible?
She's
Yeah,
talking to
now.
someone else. Yeah?
What is
Yeah.
happening is when I'm sharing the screen, it's putting. Okay. Now am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Audible but not visible.
Audible but not visible.
Now visible. You have like shifted
Your
a bit.
screen
Na,
is
that's why.
visible. Your screen is visible. No problem.
But
Please
you
go
have
ahead, madam.
shifted a bit.
Okay. Now am I
Yeah.
audible and am I visible?
Both.
No, you're audible. Your screen is visible. That is enough. Please go ahead, madam.
Yeah. Okay. So this was. I'm sorry, I was sharing the wrong version. So this is about the first day they'll be made to understand the importance of OT and why self-development. Then right on the first day they will be told that at the end of the session they would have to each of them would have to share the key takeaways that they would have had from this entire training. Okay. The second and third I've already discussed. Then stress management. We ourselves need to look at it in a positive way. So instead of talking about stress, if we can talk about it in a positive way, like for example, proactive coping, to bring a positive outcome in a strenuous situation, or how to look up at self motivation, how to continuously become a better version of ourselves. So we have to lead by examples. Okay. Motivation. When we are motivating them to read, like for example the topic reading and comprehension skills, how many of us really read books ourselves? How many of us genuinely take that effort I had asked this question somewhere in the beginning of the lecture, that how many of you would be interested in being a part of that WhatsApp group where we share our readings, the learnings from various books. We share. It could be a bi-monthly, it could be a monthly, it could be a weekly meeting. How many of you would love to be a part of that? Please share it in the WhatsApp group that has been created. I'm not a part of that WhatsApp group, but please share. I'm sure somebody from the institute is there and they'll hear it. Okay. Does it make sense? Then the art of curious questioning. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, case-based presentations. Again, we need to be aware. We need to, unless until we read, we cannot come up with case-based presentations. What are the? How many of us know what are the sunrise sectors? What is a sunrise sector, for example? What are the sunrise sectors that India has chosen? Why? What is the reason? And then coming up with specific case studies. So coming up with role plays, we saw the importance of experiential learning. Then here again, because in OC level, the student is going to get uh, into the business world. So the OC student will have to know about how to work in teams, understand team management, how to build relationships. So that's why here the significance is on that. Have an insight into understanding how AI could be used as a supporter to improve the performance. Okay, then how the various social media platforms, what are the mistakes that are going to start making. What are
अस्सी भी बहुत ज्यादा कर दी
please, Naveen ji, mute yourself. Okay. Then yes, now here, as I said, the focus would be on motivating the child to clear the CA exam as soon as possible. So one of the days could be focused on memory, improving the memory, getting into more activities which help the child in improving the focus, improving the memory, and any concerns regarding studies. So this is how, working on the mental and physical health of the child. And at the end of the 15 days, what is the individual takeaway? Now coming to MCS. MCS, as I said, the focus would be on leadership. So day one would be all about helping the students define the goal, how they get how to get the best from MCS, objective of being a CA, what is their life purpose, because unless and until they are aware, consciously aware of why they are doing certain things, they will not be able to complete it and be motivated enough. Communication, how to work on communication, observation, connection, calibration. So this is, we have to show them by example. Getting into communication in detail, what is business communication, written communication, email communication. So basically, I would say meaningful communication, negotiation skills, conflict management. I always tell the students that the best examples that we can have are the lawyers. When they fight in the court of law, they fight like tooth and nail. But at no point in time do they not know that the fight is not amongst the lawyers. The fight is, they are fighting on behalf of the client. So knowing it, they can be effective negotiators. They can be good at conflict management, because even if, let's say, in a negotiation you fail, that doesn't mean that you get up from the negotiation table by breaking the relationship. Uh, Today you may fail against somebody. Tomorrow you may sit with that somebody on the same side of the table, and you may negotiate with somebody else. So it's important that you learn how to collaborate. You learn how to combine the efforts. It's like five fingers. All five fingers are different, but these five fingers together, they make a strong punch. So understanding this helps the person in becoming a better global professional. Mindful living. In mindful living, it's all about VUCA. Okay, leadership, human and organizational behavioral approach, a core to the future leadership, presentation skills, structuring content, and interview preparation. I'm running through this because it is, as you see, it is not completely new, but the structure is we have tried to remove the overlap, and the focus on OC is that the child is prepared for the CA world, and MCS is that the child is prepared for the professional world to become the leaders of the future. Am I making sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Yeah. So how to prepare for interviews, new avenues and opportunities. What is the presentation? How can the presentation prepare a person for for facing the competition? Then again, and then again, the 14th day is all about positive psychology, because we have to make them understand that the key to their happiness is with them. It is they who hold the key to the level of success or the level of failure that they achieve. It is for them to be positive. Even a failure needs to be taken as a learning. It is here that we teach them that it's you need to not give up. You need to be perseverant. That it's only the difference between success and failure is that a successful person just tries at one more time. And also covering topics like understanding one's attitude and gender sensitivity. So, and 15th is because by this time we feel the child should be fully prepared. So, having an extempore on the 15th day, that was one thought process. Do you all agree to the syllabus? Yes.
But we don't have new syllabus. We don't have.
We will
Ma'am,
be.
can you kindly post the new syllabus in chat box so that we can download after the class?
It will be shared.
After the class, ma'am.
Yes, it will be shared. Don't worry. Okay. Now, this is where this is the most important takeaway from today's session. Okay, as faculty, I think I have tried to reiterate at different instances. As we see, at OC level there are certain expectations of the student, and at MCS level there are certain expectations of the students. These expectations will not be fulfilled if as faculty we do not come up to the mark. If we have to make our students leading professionals, then we have, see, today the CAs are expected to get into leadership positions. The future CAs will be required to have genuine love for the country. Only then they'll really do something for the country. That's what we need to. We cannot let the brain drain happen, and we as trainers have a very important role in that. The CA has to be the master of communication, and needs to understand collaboration even in global scenario.
नहीं है आपको तो कहाँ से आ गए मैं अभी ज्यादा था अच्छा
Vimal sir,
एक्चुअली वसई ब्रांच में है ये
hello. Okay. So, is this making sense? The CA should be assertively representing India. Is this making sense?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
So we
ma'am.
have-
Yes.
Okay, the CA should be bold. The MCS student should be bold enough to define and also to get others to follow. Why will people follow you? You have to be worth it. You have to be somebody that people can look up to you. And if we want the chartered accountants to develop that kind of a mindset, we have to be that mindset. We have to have that mindset. So this is what the chartered accountants are expected to be. They are also expected to understand human psychology. That's the reason in the new syllabus you have the two subjects, psychology and philosophy. This is the thought process, that it is not just the technical subjects that they need to be mastered at. They need to understand that in today's global business scenario, understanding the human mind is core, that is psychology. And having understood having understood the various scenarios, developing your own way of doing things, working on the philosophy, right? So this is what the CA is expected to be. They should be design thinkers. Design thinking is nothing but creative thinking, but something generally creative thinkers do not complete, or they are bad at implementation. So design thinkers are people who think out of the box and also implement what they are thinking. So it's a combination of creative and business and analytical thinking. So chartered accountants should be design thinkers and should have excellent articulation and reasoning skills. Should be persistent and also be bold enough to take tough decisions. They should understand the importance of not just following etiquettes, but also driving etiquettes. That's what I said. You be a person that others would love to follow. That is the key. So, right? It's not always about. There are so many people who will wear branded outfits, branded clothes. They'll come dressed in the best possible outfit, and they open their mouth and they drive people away. The way they do things, they'll drive people away. So it is, you have to define, you have to reach a position where you define etiquettes that people will love to follow you, right? Then CAs have to be well read, they have to be energetic enough, like the TEDx speakers. Okay. Now, to make our students that, as MCS faculty, we should ourselves be proud Indians. We should be well read. We should be thought leaders. We should be energetic. We should be excellent communicators, tough negotiators. We need to be strong mentors. We should have sufficient knowledge of the CA curriculum to guide the students as mentors where required. Does this make sense for MCS?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We have to
Yes.
always remember the definition of a product by Philip Kotler, which includes data, information, and experience.
Correct. Correct.
See, basically, what we are, that only we can preach. If we are not practicing what we are, I mean, if we are not doing it simply doing lip service, like only communicating it to the students, even they can make out कि हम लोग करते क्या हैं and what we actually are.
Correct.
Yes, yes.
So we
Correct.
need to have a parity between what we are saying and what we are doing.
Yes, correct.
Absolutely.
So OC is similar. It is just that in MCS is step beyond, and the institute wants people to develop all these skills. Yes, well, Varghese sir, you want to say something? We can't hear you, sir. We can't hear you. Can anybody else hear him?
No, we can't.
No, ma'am.
No,
he
no,
has
we
to
are not able
unmute
to.
himself.
No, and I don't see.
Already on unmute though.
Muted.
Yeah.
No,
Now.
mute and unmute is happening.
No, sir, we can't. You can possibly send a message.
Mr. Thomas, you can put it on chat.
Okay. So that covers the syllabus, the expectations of the institute, and I think the time that was given to me was 1:30. It's 1:35. I've tried to cover any questions you all have.
Ma'am, can we have the new syllabus and the PPTs if you can kindly?
It will be shared.
So these days we see that like in the month of April, we have now the smart TV, smart board in our classes. So I mean, after that, I have not taken the class. I mean, I have not taken the class with smart board. So like we have to just run the presentation on it, or our presentation or our class will be on a video screen.
It doesn't change our way of conducting sessions. It is just acting. I told you, it is a tool for us to make our sessions more effective. If we want to share any YouTube video, if we want to share, so it's the technology is available to us where we can connect our laptop, connect our mobile, and we could share different things with the students.
Madam, can I add?
Sure.
See, in Hyderabad, we're already using the smart boards. Smart board is only a replacement of the projector. One advantage for in this is you can switch between, you can connect your laptop or your whatever device you are carrying with you to put forth your PPTs. You can switch between the board and the screen alternatively if you know how to handle it. And of course, the support staff in the chapter, they come and help us to set up the things initially. So it's already being used. It is only a replacement of the projector. There's nothing different. Only thing is technology wise, you can record it, you can draw it, you can write on it. All that is possible, and you can save the file. That's the only difference.
BOS is actually giving training for how to use smartboard also. If you are in touch with them.
Trainings.
Multiple trainings are going on.
Yeah. Having said that, genuinely, I mean, Any questions, any feedback that you would like to share? Do you feel today's session was constructive enough? Do you feel it has added something to?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, definitely,
It's
ma'am.
worth it.
Definitely.
Yes, ma'am.
Highly motivating, highly inspiring, and a lot of inputs that we have got, which we can share with the students. Thank you so much, ma'am, for that.
Thank you, Sandhya ma'am, for the
Thank
wonderful
you.
session. Two of my takeaways have been that as a
Thank you, ma'am.
non-chartered accountant,
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you,
Thank
ma'am,
Varanasi,
thank
for
you,
such an
thank you.
interactive
Thank you.
session.
Thank you.
It was very helpful. We are
Thank you,
going to
Sandhya ma'am.
implement various things in our next
Wonderful
upcoming.
session.
Thank you for the lovely session, ma'am. It was really captivating.
Any suggestions for me?
I don't know what is the technical issue. We had this audio issue, so maybe I don't know if it is from your side or from the two different platforms which we are using. So that I think if we can sort out, it would be nice.
Audio,
No, it
only audio, ma'am. Otherwise, but you have
yeah.
overcome with all your strong voice, of course. But audio, it would have highlighted more.
Yeah, it is. I'm facing certain challenges, and suddenly it was today. It is like all hell broke loose. So
Ma'am,
I'm struggling.
ma'am, it was great session and very interactive. And I didn't expect, really speaking, much, but I got a lot actually. Thank you so much. One suggestion I have is that, that because this is interactive and I do understand Board of Studies is actively listening in. And but what I would have also loved going forward is that the Board of Studies actually pushes back and says, no, that's not possible, or why? Because it will be good for us to hear their point of view. Okay, why a tie is very necessary, or that, means, like, the point I'm trying to say is that we may ask for 10 things, but the Board of Studies also has a point of view, and without knowing their point of view, really no discussion can take place. So I think at the end they can also summarize the point that, okay, these are the things that we will actively.
No, what happens, Aditi? I understand what you're saying, but that was not the scope of today's discussion. Board of Studies can possibly have another session.
No, no, I'm not talking about that area. No, I'm not talking about my particular. I'm just saying generally, like we said, ties should be thing or some general thing. Board of Studies did say that, I asked if somebody is from the Board of Studies list. They said
Rita is
yes.
there. She's there. She's listening.
Ma'am, thank you very much. It was a fantastic session. And one thing I think many of us learned, at least I did, was that always have a backup plan because you can never trust technology.
Yes.
So,
I agree 100%. Many times
so
it happens.
without losing time, the way you went on to multiple machines, one laptop, one phone here, one desktop there, and give a kind of and the fact is that if you had not told us, we wouldn't have understood the difference.
Yes.
Yeah, open communication is what is important.
Correct, absolutely.
Open communication.
And having that backup plan.
May I add something, madam?
Yes, sure, Vimalji.
Lastly, we must understand that there is an elected wing and there is an execution wing. We should always keep in mind, like a municipal corporation, we have corporates as well as the administration. Same rule applies to ICI also. Okay, chartered accountants, faculty, I think they will appreciate and understand this issue. Thank you very much. And on a lighter side, I know now the election is coming. But I must say that Board of Studies is doing a lot of work, extraordinary work for the students. I must appreciate.
They are really working hard.
Yeah, because I have been
comes from 1st July.
I have been to Observer also a couple of years back for examination. I have been to FRRB and updating the study material. Board of Study is doing excellent job. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you so much. It was a very, very learning point for me. A very interactive session and lots of learning there. And now comes the stage of implementation. So looking forward to putting all the learnings to practice.
Thank you. Good wishes to all.
I think, ma'am, your
The
connect
new
was
syllabus
very
comes
good,
from
ma'am.
1st July.
Yes, what is it? What is it?
I think your connect was very. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
The new syllabus becomes applicable from 1st of
When
July.
are we going to
Now, when are we going to get the new books of OC MCS, ma'am?
I think Rita ma'am is best there. Rita ma'am.
When do we start implementing all the new this new
I mean, if
syllabus?
we get the PDF or email ID, that is also sufficient.
Let Rita ma'am speak. I think she's there. Ma'am.
Yeah, I've noted.
Yeah. So everybody is excited to implement the new syllabus
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
as soon as possible.
I think yesterday Sai sir said that it's going to be implemented from 1st July onwards.
Yes, that is true. That is true. That is true. So anything else that you all would like to share? Any questions, any queries, any suggestions for me?
I think your connect was excellent because the way you shared your personal struggle, that kind of resonates a lot with people actually, So I think I use the same technique when I also kind of give a thing, So I tell everybody, yeah. So I tell everybody, has anybody ever scored less than 20 marks in mathematics? So I have, So that's how I connect with the students also. And so I think it was really good.
There was a time during COVID-19, we also took classes on Zoom meeting. Sessions on Zoom meeting.
Yes.
Sir, if they want
that happened.
Thank you for being such a wonderful audience.
Fine. If they want to come to
And it was
Hyderabad,
really an interactive session. I was worried. Thank you so much, Carolyn. Thank you so much, everyone.
No. If he wants to attend, he can attend, sir. No issue, sir. It's not a compulsory.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Multiple,
Thank you so much, Sandhya
online
ma'am.
sessions also, sir.
Thank you for sharing your valuable insights. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Tomorrow,
ma'am.
the same
You
link.
all have a nice day.
Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye. See you all.